Hi, Misha here, and this is a look at the small arms used by Germany in World War II. But even before we can talk about that, we're going to go all the way back to the end of World War I, the Great War, the Treaty of Versailles, the Weimar Republic, how events there shaped what would come with Nazi Germany, the Third Reich, World War II. And here we have a good layout of what was in use before or in the first year or two of the war. We'll go through those. Then we'll kind of go through mid-war developments, changes. Then we're going to look at foreign designs brought into Wehrmacht or Luftwaffe, or even Kriegsmarine service. Some willingly by contract and others less so. And then we'll look at the end of the war, the last year or so, and late models like the Kriegsmodell and things of that nature, kind of where the war ended. So yeah, this is a long video with several sections, but this was one that was voted on by Patreons. I did one earlier looking at American small arms and Russian small arms, and then I put it to the Patreons as a vote who they want to see. Look at Britain, look at France, look at Italy. Look at I think I put Austria, Hungary in there, and Germany won, although not by a huge margin. So I owe the Patreons this video, so I'm gonna give it my all. If you could, please do like, share, and subscribe. And if you'd like to be a Patreon and vote, I'm not saying I do video, votes all the time, but I'll try to do a couple of years, time permits. Originally, we're doing these because there wasn't much new in the firearms world to talk about. And then surely as I did that, a lot of new things came in for April, May, and June. But, here we are. So with that, we're just going to dive on in and go back to November 11, 1918. Armistice Day. The Treaty of Versailles. First presented to the Germans May 6, 1919, and eventually signed, ratified, passed in June 28th to be exact, of that same year. It was extremely detailed, strict, and you cannot talk about World War II German firearms without talking about where they started from because of this treaty. And we have to also mention that both France and England disagreed on how strict to be with Germany, soon to be the Weimar Republic, even from the very outset, with America kind of distant third. It's a whole thing. There were about $33 billion in reparations ordered, and that's in 1920 dollars, which was at the time considered impossible to ever pay back. And, well, it shouldn't surprise us that they were not allowed to build new guns, and most of their existing guns would be destroyed. In fact, leftover guns from World War I would take about 5 years to destroy. Some were taken as reparations. All state arsenals were closed. Some of those, or at least their tooling, was taken as reparations. For example, some going to Poland. I believe that was the old Danzig arsenal. And of course, chemical weapons, completely forbidden. Flamethrowers. It ended up just a whole thing. And a full disarmament began January of 1920, and Weimar Germany had to be fully compliant before April of that year. And yeah, there was a thing called the Blue Book, which was used by the Allied Commission, and it defined war materials as literally everything. Eventually it got to the point they even considered tents and forks and spoons to be war material. Yes, so obviously, no surprise, there were some numbers that were strictly adhered to when it came to men and rifles, and that's why we have these two examples to start with, because these were kind of the two main bolt actions that Weimar Germany had moving into the 1920s. We have the Caraba, or Carabine 98B, and the Carbine 98A. The treaty restricted the army to 100,000 men, of which no more than 4,000 could be officers, and actually the existing general officer staff had to be disbanded, so no more. They could only have 7 divisions of infantry, 3 divisions of cavalry, and they all had to be voluntary. There couldn't be conscription, there couldn't be mandatory government service. Nope, they had to just sign up. From that, they even restricted the border guards and customs agents, everything like that. And of course, the Navy was also restricted to only 15,000 men total, with only 1,500 of those being officer rank. And they could only have 6 light, like Deutschland class battleships, and then a handful of destroyers, cruisers, torpedo boats, that kind of thing, and no submarines. So that gives you an idea of just how overly detailed they were. Heck, they even had limitations on civil police, and they were very, very strict on no training of a military sort for police. And the Treaty of Versailles also restricted civilian ownership of firearms, operation of firearms, and training with firearms, which would lead to some very strict German firearms laws in the 1920s. And I think there's a whole video just talking about the Treaty of Versailles. What do you think? If you're in favor, put it in the comments. Also, while you're at it, please do like, share, and subscribe, because YouTube. That's the number of men allowed in the army. What about firearms? Well, the Treaty of Versailles did distinguish carbine rifles differences, and roughly speaking, adding up the numbers, they had about 105,000 firearms, light guns of all types, including machine guns and some other things. When it came to bolt actions, though, roughly 85,000 were bolt actions, kind of a mix of carbine and rifle. And, well, this is where Simson comes in. I talked about it in a full video on that company's history, but when the Weimar government, when the re-established army needed new guns and replacement barrels, they asked to open up the Erfurt arsenal. All the Start arsenals had already been mandatory closed. Nope, they wouldn't let them do that, but the Allies selected, after a brief trial, Simson. And the reason was, it was a small, privately owned factory. Yes, I know, there were some later accusations by the mustache people about, because they were Jewish and there was a international cabal. Who knows? But I think they selected them because they knew they just physically couldn't produce tons of guns. I don't think them being owned by Jewish people was anything, because they were not Jewish to their minds, they were Germans. Anyway, Simson was the only authorized company. Imports of military guns were absolutely forbidden, and exports were very strictly controlled, almost to the point of being forbidden, and even engaging in international firearms or any type of war material deals was very tightly regulated, which leads to some very interesting situations. Let's talk about these guns now. The Kar98A, formerly just known as the Kar98. By the way, the 1920 stamp you see on a lot of German World War I guns, that was a government property stamp. Remember how I said there were strict firearms restrictions on civilian ownership? In 1919, they passed saying, okay, no civilians should have guns or ammo. In 1920, they passed a new law that said no military type or style of firearms should be owned by civilians. That doesn't sound familiar at all, does it? Anyway, what they would do is they would bring older guns in, or make new guns even. They would put that 1920 stamp on them, showing that it had been selected by the military, and that way, if it turned up in civilian hands later, they would know something, and if they found a gun that didn't have it, that also would tell them something. So it was kind of an indicator, and usually they would get rebuilt and refurbished at the time, because at this point, Germany's not allowed to make new guns. Wouldn't last all that long, but it would last. But yeah, the Kar98 here Started off way back in 1899, right after the full-size Gewehr 98 was adopted, and they would start making the carbine version as early as 1902 with a barrel under 18 inches, about 17 and 3/4, and an overall length of about 37.5 inches. The problem is, in 1905, they went to the new Spitzer cartridge. They went from the kind of the round nose original style to the Spitzer, and when they tried, slightly reworking the chamber of the carbine for it, they figured out there's a lot of flash and bang and noise, and there were just other issues. So production of the original Car 98 was ended by 1905, and trials for a new version started in 1906. And there were several contenders, and this would be the winner. Now, in prototype form, this was known as the Car 98 AZ because it had a bayonet lug and stacking swivel. That way it could work for artillery crews, cavalry, signals, a little bit of kind of a one-size-fits-all. They extended the barrel to 590 millimeters, which is about 23 and some change inches. That will come important later. We have a full-length handguard. This was one of the earliest ones to have the so-called flat rear sight versus the roller coaster. It's a small ring, not a large ring Mauser. This is a large ring up here. And it actually has a reshaped trigger guard that's moved forward. This is a little bit different. And it has this new style of pass-through sling slot and all that good stuff. And it has a pretty unique turn-down bolt. The stock is dished for it, but it's actually a half bolt with checkering on the underside, different than what we'll see later. Even though it's a small ring, it's still a 98 action. Again, we have the side sling mounts, and note that the barrel bands are attached kind of the old-fashioned way, protected front sight, no cleaning rod under the barrel. They would build these before and during World War I, making about 1.5 million. And I believe all the K98s were done at state arsenals. This was the only carbine. Even though really with a 23-inch barrel and an overall length of just shy of 43 inches, you would think of it more as a short rifle. But then again, the roller coaster sight, full length, being about 30 inches, yeah, it was short in comparison and lighter. And of course, during World War I, they would make 7 million standard rifles at 11 factories, including state arsenals and private, and what have you. Production of the 98 would end, or the K98 would end with World War I, but the Weimar Republic would inherit quite a number, and because of the way the Treaty of Versailles was worded, carbines were in a different subclass versus long infantry rifles. So that kind of helped there. And so a lot of these would be refurbished and reworked. As I said, Simson was selected to refurbish and rework guns. And then they had a new naming system that started off in 1923, and we see it completed by 1926, where this would become the Car 98A. So this is when the A was officially added. Before, other things are, and the whole AZ thing, while the prototype version was known as the 98 AZ, when it was officially adopted on paper, the AZ was dropped, and these were never marked AZ. That was just, the early trials version. But it did distinguish it from the earlier ones, so it's not a bad rule of thumb for collectors. What about this jobber? The Car 98B here is officially a carbine. Even though it has the long barrel, overall length, and all that stuff in full weight. And it started off earlier with a version meant for mounted troops, which is where the side sling swivels would come from, and the bolt turned down here with the dished out. So it does have carbine features, and eventually we would get the flat rear sight versus the roller coaster. There's also what's kind of informally known as the G98M that had this, but still had the standard rifle features. It's all fun. It took a few years to kind of get to this configuration. Between about 1923 and 1925, you'll see different little changes, and really where the mounted troops version evolves into the K98B. In 1926, the government officially ordered that that's the new name, K98B. Although they've been producing them in this configuration since 1924, Simson got their first official order to make 10,000 of these in 1925. They were the only ones allowed to make them officially. However, there's pretty good speculation that DWM made some or did some contract work from the get-go. It wasn't allowed. But even by this point, 1925, 1926, well, the Weimar government and the army are starting to circumvent the treaty, at least in small ways, and even the Allies are starting to kind of ignore it because it was just overly fastidious. It was impossible to really adhere to, even if you wanted to, and it was just so time-consuming to enforce and oversee because it was so detailed. And this is an example here. Officially, it was a carbine. It's a rifle. It didn't really matter. But they did it. They classed it for the numbers game. And it is a little more functional with the turn-down bolt and the side sling mount. So it was, in the more modern sight. So it was honestly an improvement. And they would make about 70,000 of these between 1924 and 1930 or 31. Again, officially by Simpson, unofficially DWM at least did some of the work, I'm sure. And of course, they still had older Gewehr 98s, although as time would go on, fewer and fewer would be in active service. And they would switch over to this newer style. I mean, why use a World War I era gun when you can at least replace it? Because the treaty did allow for replacement of things through loss. So at the very least, they would do that. And the 70,000 pretty much kept the army fully stocked and all that good stuff. But of course, an army doesn't just march with a rifle alone. The Treaty of Versailles definitely had something to say about pistols, handguns. But they also were a little more forgiving because, unlike a rifle, or definitely a machine gun, police, not just military, would want to carry a pistol. And we'll talk about the restrictions, this gun over here. But before and during the Great War, Imperial Germany issued a lot of handguns. And this is not even close to all of them. I own much less all of them they had, but I wanted to mention the 1907 so-called Dres, made by R.M.&M, later known as Rheinmetall. This is just an interesting early auto-loading pistol. Really, it wasn't produced much at all after the Great War, and frankly, it was mostly just used by police, but small numbers were obtained by German officers and did see service during the war, and there are German proofs, Imperial Army proofs that appear on these, so they definitely saw service. This is, of course, in 7.65. And while revolvers in World War I could be lots of different calibers, and I'm talking all the different sides, 7.65 Browning, 32, that was like the automatic pistol cartridge that was used by Germany, France, the UK, even some American forces, some Italian forces. Yeah, it was a very popular round. Simple blowback guns turned out to work really well in trenches, and their short barrels and relatively lightweight but durable construction were just great self-defense guns. So I wanted to mention these, and these would continue on into the Weimar era, even if they weren't making new ones. It seemed like a lot of police would continue to carry these, and they were made very famous by the Swiss Guard in the Vatican City. Now, the Mauser 1914, which will be important later as it will continue on in its heritage. This is also in 7.65 and is a little bit more of a modern and unique design. And based on the year, you can tell it really wasn't put into production much at all before the Great War kicked off. It was supposed to come out in 1913, but doesn't really seem like it went into production until 1914. And this is a scaled up version of the company's 1910, which was in 6.35. I'm not going to talk about 25 calibers in this video. I'm actually doing a series on the channel looking at several pocket pistols, so if you're interested, check that out. But I wanted to talk about this version, and there's a lot of variations made, including the so-called military commercial version made during the war. They made nearly 300,000 of those, and at least a contract for 100,000 was officially sent to the German army, but more would be private purchased, and more would also be sold, exported to German allies. Very important little gun, and I love the mechanics of the Mauser, the way the magazine works, the safety. It's just a unique, cool little gun, wraparound back strap. One of my favorites. But of course, my favorite from the war, the Walther Model 4. And this is actually a military gun. It was designed in 1915 to fulfill an army contract, and is essentially an upscaled Model 3, longer barrel, longer grip with more magazine capacity. Still in 32, still a straight blowback gun. The original versions had a very straightforward trough sight, and they would order at least 250,000, meaning that it was a pretty substantial gun in the German military in the war, and it really led to Walther for a time being the largest handgun maker in Germany. And this was their first really good success with military contracts. Not bad considering they had only entered the handgun market around 1908. These were just neat little durable guns. Nothing particularly mechanically unique about them. They're kind of a riff on a Browning design, but with a lot of internal things. I do think it's kind of interesting, the ejection ports on the left side. But yeah, this is just a prime example of a durable little gun for the trenches. But of course, these were all in what today we would consider a weak cartridge. I think that's being a little disservice. I mean, 32, when you didn't have body armor, close range was enough. But of course, we have to talk about the standard issue sidearm. Known as the Luger, officially it was known as the Parabellum, and to the Army, the P08 Pistol 1908. But the actual first adopter in Germany was the Navy with the P04. And before that, Switzerland was the first adopter anywhere in the world. The P04 was very similar, but it had a 2-inch longer barrel, just under 6 inches, and it had a 2-position adjustable rear sight, quite unique, and it was lugged for a shoulder stock, and the early versions had a grip safety. Unique and kind of a transitional model. The Navy would require about 30,000, give or take. But it was the Army. They had held off getting a new service sidearm for a time for various reasons, but by 1908 they were ready, and they adopted a new and improved version of Luger's design, which originally was based on the Borchardt, and it was an instant hit, an instant classic. It's one of those rare guns that this was a trophy in World War I, a trophy in World War II, and has only become more desirable as time goes by, and this is an early war example. The quality maintained pretty high even throughout the war, and they would build about 1.5 million total, so not an insignificant number. And there would also be the very famous Lange or artillery Luger version, the P14, which had a nearly 8-inch barrel and a ladder style adjustable rear sight, and was meant to be used not only with the shoulder stock but also a trommel or snail drum mag. So almost a submachine gun in and of itself, and it would be influential. Obviously made in much smaller numbers, and it would actually lead to, along with the naval version, the restrictions of the Treaty of Versailles on pistols. The good old construction 1896 C96 Mauser, nicknamed the broom handle. And this one looks a little weird. You've seen it before, I'm sure. The majority were 30 caliber, 7.63 by 25, a little bottlenecked round, which would famously go on to influence 7.62 25 Tokarev. Cool round. They had a fixed 10-round mag, top loading with stripper clips. You know the dealio. The very first versions in any kind of 9mm, which was like a 9 by 25 Mauser design, were the 1912, but the so-called red 9s, well, that was from a Prussian contract in 1916 when they couldn't get enough Lugers. They ordered 150,000 Mausers reworked for 9 by 19 Parabellum Luger, if you will, of which about 137,000 had been delivered by war's end, so the majority of the contract. So, over 100,000 went into military and or police service as a substitute standard, but firing the then standard cartridge. But they looked a little different than this one, a little bigger. Thanks, Treaty of Versailles. When it came to domestic use or government use, it was real strict on the caliber. It would allow 9mm if other criteria were met, such as a barrel under 100mm, essentially under 4 inches, so 3.9. They also had a big beef with shoulder stocks, adjustable sights, and larger capacity magazines. So the P08 Luger was fine. It had a barrel just short enough to comply, but of course the P04 and the P14 not so much, especially their stocks. Now the broom handle, it had a 5.5 inch barrel originally, a very adjustable sights, and it too had a shoulder stock. So existing red 9s that would be remarked with the 1920 property would either be rebarreled, sometimes using Luger barrels, or cut down to 3.9, so just a hair under 4 inches, 99mm essentially. And they would have their adjustable rear sight pulled off and just a simple notch put in. And they were supposed to have their stock lugs machined down. That doesn't seem to have been very strictly enforced. Did I already mention that Treaty of Versailles was so overly particular that even people trying to be honest had a hard time following it? This would actually result in the model 1921, which would be the Bolo or Bolo version, very famous with the smaller grip and the shorter barrel. But yeah, original World War I era guns would be cut down and recycled because they couldn't make new guns. Now, they were allowed to export these. DWM would export them, and they had more flexibility there, and beginning in 1923, versions would be sold in America by Stoger, and they would sell to places like Finland and so on and so forth. So for export, there were less restrictions, but for domestic consumption, there were a lot of things. Luckily, the little 32s pretty much got by unscathed, and companies like Walther were continuing to manufacture for private and export sales. Again, Simpson was the only one authorized to service the government itself, though. So, gets a little touch and go there. And I brought these out because they all continued to serve. Some of them continued to even see production into the Weimar era and even into the 1930s, and are just kind of important to show you the hodgepodge of weapons. But if you think this is a lot, you ain't seen nothing yet. It's about to get a whole lot crazier. But first, there's one other class of gun that the Treaty of Versailles didn't exactly know how to classify because it was at the time very new. What we know today is the submachine gun, but at the time really hadn't been classified yet, although Machinepistol was how Germany went with it. And the original version, the MP18I for MP18-1, was known as the Bergman. It was made by Haenel, and at least part of it was designed by Schmeiser. And I do not have an MP18, This is the closest I have, a British Lanchester. But to be fair, this was a near exact copy of the Bergmann MP28, so much so that the magazines and bolt are even interchangeable, and the MP28 itself was little more than a improved version of the MP18, namely to do with the magazine and selector. So yeah, but going back to the Great War, it was a game changer, and you can debate if the Villa Perosa was the first submachine gun. I would say yes, but it was kind of an accidental thing. The MP18 was designed from the outset to be what we know as a submachine gun for trench warfare. They did try reworking the P14 Luger and the C96 broom handle for select fire or just full auto, but they were too small, too light, and their rate of fire was just way too high. So it didn't work out. So they essentially took the same barrel length, just under 8 inches, of the P14, and they combined it with the drum mag, the 32 round trommel mag, the snail mag of the P14, but fitted it to a very thick cylindrical tube, gave it a wooden shoulder stock, and they designed them for short range trench warfare for the storm troops or assault troops to try to break the stalemate. So it was tested in 1917 and put into production in 1918. However, it was too late to make the spring offensive of that year. Instead, the first few hundred MP18s seem to have been issued in July, and the first ones encountered on the front were in August, but these were very small numbers. And even though they tried to ramp up production at Haenel as much as they could, they were only able to produce between 15 and 30,000 by the time of the armistice, probably on the lower end of that. And of those, only about 4,000 or 5,000 likely made it to the front to see combat, or at least near enough to combat to smell it. So very few were actually in service. And I am mentioning this not just to throw out bunches of factoids. This will come in as a relevant thing on a later decision Germany made in World War II. In total, somewhere between 35 and 50,000 MP18s were made, with a lot of the extra ones made after the war from parts, and actually would see quite a bit of police use, putting down riots and doing other kind of uprising things, and also even some paramilitary stuff. It's a thing. They were in the military for a short time in the early 20s, but by 1925-26, more and more were in the hands of police, which, while the Treaty of Versailles had something to say about that, they weren't outright restricted. In fact, the Treaty of Versailles didn't really know what to do with submachine guns because it was new. In the end, an addendum, a clause, decided, okay, a submachine gun, automatic rifle or carbine. Remember, France had the RSC 1917, and of course, Russia had the Fedorov 1916. Those kind of new things that had been developed at the end of World War I, we'll just call those light machine guns. And the problem is the Treaty of Versailles limited Germany to just over 1,100 light machine guns within the army. So effectively, they never could have enough MP18s or whatever to matter. This is one of the reasons it ended up in the hands of police. But it would directly lead to Schmeiser developing an improved version, mostly to do with the feeding and introducing a selector switch. The original ones were just full auto. Well, since these were more and more used as police guns or guard guns, paramilitary, being able to do a select fire did matter. And that original trommel mag that was needed for World War I, it would go away. There were several box mags attempted, a Mauser pattern, but the Schmeiser pattern is what the British would copy for the Sten and Lanchester. Double stack, single feed, and this one's actually limited to 20 rounds, but yeah, the original ones would be 32. So same capacity as the trommel mag, just better, cheaper to make, better, easier to load. All they really had to do is change the feed from 45 to 90 degrees for the box mag. And yeah, you get the MP28, which was a success. Now, the Treaty of Versailles did limit arms production within Germany in general, so this actually would lead to some export contracts. Although, again, it didn't specifically address submachine guns, so this is why you see kind of partnerships with foreign companies and all kinds of things. And this is one reason maybe development of submachine guns was pushed ahead in Germany, while other things kind of languished and were not advanced at least a rapid pace. So that's kind of the status. And I mentioned in the Simpson video that they did work with some of the MP18s, although they never made brand new ones. And with that, yeah, let's kind of look at what Germany had during the latter years of the Weimar Republic, and then we'll move on to the feature attraction you're here for. The vast majority of firearms, at least small arms, were bolt actions. And long rifles, either leftover or new manufactured 98Bs, and some 98As, although again, they weren't making new ones. They had roughly 50,000 handguns, a mix of things, but mostly Lugers. Simpson would obtain the tooling from the old Erfurt arsenal and start making guns at the end of 1925, and they'd make roughly 12,000 new P08s that looked identical to this. Blued finish, wood grips, not much change. And these were never for export, commercial sales. They were only for the government, with the bulk, over 10,000, going to the army, and the rest going to the police. And like I said, they had some MP18s. By the late 20s, they were mostly for police use, very few in the army, because, well, that's not enough. But Simpson would get a contract to build new barrels and refurbish existing guns. I think roughly 10,000 again, but I could be off on that. So we had to build roughly 70,000 Bs. I don't really know how many 98As were in there, pistols and things. That kind of gives you a thing. And there were some MG08s, MG0815 heavier machine guns. Keep in mind the Maxim, everything in German design. And Simpson would officially be charged with refurbishing and keeping those up and running too. But again, they were very, very limited on the numbers. I should also mention that in 1928, civilian firearms ownership in Germany was yet further restricted, with a very strict licensing system put in place, and needs and everything. In a few ways it loosened up, but in most ways it just became more regulated and restricted and monitored. And by this point, everyone's kind of tired of the Treaty of Versailles. It's not good for Germany. They had to admit total responsibility and culpability for the war. They had those massive reparations they had to pay back. U.S. and Britain were kind of being punished more than helped by it. France had been the main pusher of such a strict system. And of course, the political winds. There were so many uprisings and failed attempts in Weimar. And by this point, the economy is tanking. The Great Depression hit Weimar Germany before it came to America in 1929. And this is kind of ripe for the changes we start to see even before 1933. But yeah, keep these in mind. Bolt action, pistol, and the submachine gun, because we're going to see kind of continuation for another 10 years on these designs. The, change or devolution, or whatever you'd like to call it, from the Weimar Republic to Nazi Germany. Of course, the Treaty of Versailles played a part. The American resistance and eventually not even joining the League of Nations played a part. And, of course, just the abrogation of all the systems. By 1930, the Nazis started to gain seats, and by late 32, while they didn't have a majority, they had quite an influence and ended up with a coalition, which would soon lead in January of 33 to you-know-who becoming chancellor, and then pushing for a new round of elections in March, which led to even more seats for the Nazis. Still not a majority, but enough with a very soft coalition to gain. And from that point on, it was very clear that they were eventually prepping to ramp up the military and, by extension, war. And one of the first things the Wehrmacht would want was a new standard issue rifle. And the requirement was first published in February of 1934. And by June of 1935, the K98K, or just K98K, or the Kurz version, had been adopted. But it wasn't really the first. Going back briefly to the very late 20s into 1930, the old DWM would get out of the firearms business, and the company we know as Mauser and Oberndorf would really come in. And they would start making the standard model for export by the early 30s. And it was a short rifle configuration. And they actually were inspired by developments in Belgium with FN, their Model 24, and Czechoslovakia with their Model VZ24, which were two of the most successful interwar designs. And both of them had 23 and some change-inch barrels. Same year, 1924, Oberndorf made a short rifle pattern, very much based on the K98A, but really a shortened K98B, kind of interesting. But they wouldn't put them into production officially until 1933. And the standard model, the Banner Mauser, was initially sold to the German railway. In fact, some would call it the railway model. And it was very similar to what would eventually be adopted, except it had more of an old school style barrel band and attachment up here and things like that. But they would produce these under the S42 code. S was kind of a circumspect way of acknowledging Simpson. We've talked about that in the Simpson video. And of course, they used the K code and the G code for early 1934-35 production examples. And there's a lot of transition. There's the Portuguese contract. It's actually quite interesting. But anyway, 1934, when they need a new rifle, Mauser and J.P. Sauer both submit designs based on the Model 98 system. They're very, very similar to each other. J.P. Sauer, actually we can see with this gun, would be very early on making the guns under contract, so the differences were minor. But what's funny is you would think it would be a K98A, but remember how I said this is a small ring, it has a relocated trigger guard, all that stuff, has the kind of cut back bolt, and of course it has this style of full-length forearm with the hinge up here and stacking rod front sight. No, the K version definitely more resembles the B, just shortened. So it is truly a shortened K98B more than an updated K98A. And really, when the Wehrmacht or the Heers Waffen released their specifications, they're very much based around the Mauser standard model. This does actually have a slightly longer barrel. Like I said, this is about 590 millimeter. This is 600. Another requirement, it needed to have a last round hole open follower. Easy enough to do. Of course, you have the side sling mounts. And in 1933, they adopted an updated version of the 8mm Spitzer cartridge. They went from S to SS, and this new loading was intended to give less flash and bang out of a shorter barrel. So this was a bit of an improvement, as they were expecting to go to 23.5-inch barrel guns over the old style. And of course, just updating the cartridges. Everyone did it. America did too. Britain did with their cartridges. So yeah, those are the two competitors. And the Mauser would be selected, 1935. And they would actually produce concurrently the standard model and the K98K for many years, well into World War II. And of course, they would no longer make A's, like I said. That hadn't been done since World War I. And the B's, they quit making these by 1930-31 because the Simson contract, which had already been very much under question, even going back into the 20s, a lot of newspapers, quote-unquote newspapers, talk about fake news, were reporting all this Jewish conspiracy stuff. And by 30-31, they were very much under fire, so their contracts were either allowed to expire or were canceled by 1932, and of course by 33 it was made official with the Nazis gaining power, and they would no longer make the Bs. Now that said, the Bs would continue in limited service, sometimes with guard units, secondary units, but some of them, because of their longer barrel and better sight radius, would be used, especially in the East, as marksman guns. You could understand why it might be considered a little more accurate, and they had them, so why not? They did see service, though. So after selecting a new rifle, other plans were underway for new hardware, including new tanks and whatnot, and Hitler would sign an order expanding the Wehrmacht from officially 100,000 to 600,000, and the Navy was expanded, and its tonnage was expanded. This is where the Bismarck and the Tirpitz would come from. And this was allowed thanks to an Anglo-German bilateral naval agreement. Because in 1934-35, this period, even into 36, Hitler was really seeking an alliance with Britain more than anyone else. In fact, he was kind of ignoring Italy, even though he admired Mussolini. Now, of course, this wouldn't last. By 37, he'd given up on England because they were far too liberal and democratic-minded for his taste. And this is where he really turns to not only Italy, makes sense, and Japan, which, interesting thing to reach out to, but, you know, birds of a feather, I suppose. And for a long time, he has been railing against and predicting the threat from a Jewish communist threat. So, yeah, kind of combining his two least favorite things right there, apparently. Yeah, that's a story for another video, of course, getting really deep into it. The point is, K98K was a standard. It was put into production at multiple factories, and at least the early versions here looked just like a K98B, just about 8 inches shorter. And by this point, they really were just ignoring the Treaty of Versailles. And by 1938, everyone is internationally. I mean, when Hitler started doing all this stuff in 35, everyone protested, but that's all they did. They had no teeth. I mean, France protested the most, but America and England were halfway on Germany's side anyway. And to some extent, not necessarily wrong. I mean, there was even a concern if they let Germany become too weak, France might actually take them over or economically dominate them. We're talking, you know, back in the Weimar era. Yeah, it didn't work out that way, but, you know, who knows the history. If nothing else, they didn't want Germany so weak in this period that it couldn't at least defend its own borders with all the anarchists and communists and other revolutionaries and terrorist groups that were popping up in the 20s and 30s, especially after the Depression kicked in. An overly weak Germany was not good. And in some ways, they're absolutely right, because without all this turmoil, the extremist parties, both left and right, never could have gained such traction in Germany. People forget that the Communist Party was quite powerful in Germany, relatively speaking, in 1929 or 1930. And of course, that goes up against the, you know, the fascist Nazis. So, either extreme. Oh well, I guess he won out. And that was that. Now, with the new rifle, this is only the base level of rearmament and expansion. What about pistols? And since this is me and Mishaco, we're doing Walthers first. But I'll try not to harp on them and go into too much detail because we've covered it already. But the PP and the PPK are just so important. Now this is a post-war version. Oh well, this is pre-war version though. So there you go. Now Walther would keep making the Model 4 after World War I, even updating it. But that would be their .32 caliber for a while. Now they would do the Model 8 and 6.35, which had some of the improvements and modernizations that we'll see in the PP and PPK. And because Walther was doing more sporting guns and handguns for export and police, they weathered the storm and kept on building throughout the 20s and were well positioned. And in 1929, they were putting the final touches on the PP here, and it was introduced to the market the following year. And this is really considered a full-size gun. And what's, I guess, kind of funny, its nearly 3.9-inch barrel is not that much shorter than the standard P08 Luger's barrel. It also has an 8-shot mag, a very modern style of button-style mag release up here, and it was the world's first commercially successful, mass-produced, double single-action gun, complete with decocker and block for safe carry. Walther claimed that they were inspired by double single-action revolvers. And that's where we should point out that in America, larger revolvers, .38 specials and whatnot, were popular with law enforcement. But in Europe, because of cities and just the urban environment and just, the culture, .32 caliber, even .25 caliber automatics, even relatively small ones, were really what were preferred by police. And this would remain a fact into the 1960s. And it wasn't actually until the increase in communist-based terrorism in the 70s that we'd really see Europe go away from this for good. So this was introduced for the police market is a full-size duty gun. But the German government, of course, would acquire some, which would mean the Nazis would get some, and they would serve throughout World War II. But really, its smaller sibling, that's what put this whole thing on the map. Prototyped in 1930 and first introduced into the market in 1931, although you don't really start to see them en masse till about 33, 34, the PPK is a compact version. It has a barrel just over 3¼ inches long. It has more rounded edges. It has a wraparound grip. Still double single action. You know the deal. 7-shot mag. And originally it was introduced in 7.65 .32. Later, the 9mm Kurz 380 and even a few 6.35 .25 calibers would come in, even the 22s. But no, this was the standard gun. And it was definitely popular with plainclothes detectives, investigators, was considerably smaller for the day and time, but still considered relatively full power. And it was also very popular with the Wehrmacht and the Luftwaffe especially liked it. One of the things that Hitler did in 1935-36 was establish a modern air force there, which really didn't exist in Germany up until then. Hitler was big on planes. And, of course, the SS and the Gestapo would also carry these quite a bit, and very famously, several engraved and gold-plated versions were presented to high Nazi officials, including to Adolf Hitler by Walther himself on the occasion of his 50th birthday. Hermann Goering is also known to have carried and was even captured with a gold-plated PPK. So these both really helped Walther. The PPK gets all the flash and panache, James Bond and all that, and could be argued to be, at least outside of John Browning's designs, the most copied and riffed on handgun in the world. But the PP actually would stay in German police service into the 1970s, and they'd make a lot of these too. A little less flashy, but probably a little bit more useful all in all. Either way, estimates 5 million of these were made over the years, and Walther would keep making them before and during and eventually even after World War II. But this is far from the only group of 32 caliber automatic sidearms that were developed in post-1933 Nazi Germany. Far from disappearing after World War I, Mauser continued to produce in large numbers the Model 1914 and meet with success. And it would evolve into what we know as the Model 1934, but really it's the same gun. There are, of course, differences in the way things are machined. You do start to see some stamped metal parts. For example, the mag catch goes to stamping. The magazine itself changes a bit. The type of bluing changes. And most noticeably, when you get to the full, not the transitional, but the full 1934, the back strap gets a hump, kind of a curve to make it more ergonomic. And they would get a rather major police contract around 1933. And after the expansion of the Wehrmacht, they would supply 8,000 or 9,000 to them. And with the new Kriegsmarine, the Navy, they would actually get quite a large contract for about 24,000. So that was probably the biggest single order. And again, police would buy these and civilians. And production would last through about 1941, maybe 42 as they built them. Then again, the later 34 model, but I don't have one anymore. I have shown one in a past video though, so check it out if you're interested. Can't keep everything, but the mechanics were the same, mags interchangeable. However, this is a single action only, kind of, well, technically pre-World War I gun, and Mauser needed to compete with Walther here. So bring in this jobber. The HSC, or self-cocking hammer, designed primarily by Alex Seidel. And if this looks like a post-war HK, well, there's kind of a good reason for that. And Alex was actually very, very young when Mauser started this program. The older guns were developed by Joseph Nickel. So we're kind of switching over designers. And this was designed to directly compete with Walther. However, Walther would sue your ass off, so Mauser was very clear not to violate any existing patents. So the mechanics are different. We obviously still have a double single action hammer, but it's kind of an interesting roller system here with a semi-concealed hammer. Kind of reminds me of some Smith & Wesson revolvers. We do have a slide-mounted safety. Still have a heel mount mag release. So there are a few elements from the older 14 and 34 in here, but this is a pretty new design. Pretty conventional though. Very sleek, very modern looking, but under the hood, it's, well, I guess at that time, yeah, double action is still pretty good. Lanyard loop. And they would start building these in 1940 after prototyping them for several years, which meant by that point, war was already underway, and so these were all directed to various military branches, although the police would acquire some, and some would be private purchased by officers, what have you. And again, the production of the HSC would outlive the Third Reich by a considerable number of years. And I do think this is an interesting offering by Mauser. I really do. Really cool lines on it. But when it comes to all new designs, this might be my favorite from that period in Germany. The Sauer 38H. A very interesting gun mechanically. Not only do we have the still famous today Sauer decocking lever on the frame, this actually serves as a cocking lever too, and then in addition you have a manual safety up here and a concealed hammer inside. You have a button style mag release, Still a relatively compact gun and a pretty much clean sheet design. J.P. Sauer would end up really early on and really through the war being a very large maker of the K98K, but they also made this pistol. They put it into development in 1936 to compete with Walther and Mauser, and like the others, they didn't want to violate any patents, and that's why it's a pretty unique design. And it was actually introduced in 1938. For various reasons, Mauser was ready by that point too with the HSC, but they had to get permission from the government, and it took longer, and they were doing other things. Anyway, they were really developed at the same time, but this came out first and would see military adoption, even though a chunk of these would still go to the commercial private market. A large majority would go to police. The Luftwaffe were really a fan of this. Part of it was available. Part of it was the safety system. It worked well for air crews. Tankers also seemed to like them. But yeah, a big chunk went to police. But of course the Army had some as well. And so we have, three of the major little 32s. Seems like high party officials really like the PPK. Police too. The HSC would actually see quite a bit of Army adoption, and the Kriegsmarine would acquire quite a few of these. But it makes perfect sense considering they had been buying the Model 34 from Mauser before. And the SS would acquire some, typically from police stock. And when the Luftwaffe would get some, it was usually from Army stock, which maybe explains why the 38H was earmarked for them. So by 1940, all three of these were in production within Germany. But of course, you wouldn't consider a 32 caliber gun a standard full-size combat sidearm by that period, would you? No. The venerable P08 Luger, well, it was in need of an upgrade, that's for sure. So little 32 cals are neat and all, but an army, especially in the field, needs a full caliber. So back to the Luger. Like I said, Simpson made around 12,000, a little more. And you had DWM making for export, but in 1929, they would get out of the firearms game. Louvre would get out of the business, and they would go over to other things, I think ammunition. And so what would happen, their tooling and machinery would be transferred in 1930 to Oberndorf, to Mauser. And for a couple of years, Mauser would just assemble more Lugers from parts and still use the old DWM logo. These were for export. Although, again, it's possible that either company made and just used the S code for Simpson. Hard to say. But by 1934, the first banner marked Mauser P08s appearing. And these are ostensibly still for export, and they would use the banner. Although, when they started shipping some for government, police, or otherwise, they used the code K as a secret for 1934 and G for 1935. At this point, there's still some, at least, token work for the Versailles Treaty and whatnot. And this would just kind of get abandoned by 1936. They started using plain date codes, and Mauser would be assigned the factory code of 42. For the next several years, the Nazi Germans would use numerical codes. You'll see S42 and then eventually just 42 before switching to the letter type codes. Now, the Luger was expensive, and it was showing its age, and they did make some efforts to streamline production. For example, they went from the really nice rust bluing with strawed small parts to just kind of a salt blue around 1937. The magazines had already lost their wood-based plates, going to a metal type. And a few other small economies were made, but the toggle lock system, the single action system, not that it was a bad gun, but there was only so much they could do. It used a lot of parts. You know, it was a technically second generation self-loading gun. It was 30 years old at this point, so it needed replacing. And this was known. In fact, going all the way back to the Weimar Republic again, the first efforts to select a replacement were in 1927. However, there was no funding, so nothing went from that. The second round of efforts would come in 1933 with, well, the Nazis. And just as they were adopting a new rifle, it was known again, hey, we needed a new pistol. And at this point, Walther really had made a name for themselves with handguns, and had established a new standard. So the powers that be in Germany wanted something that was double single action, firing 9mm, and it really needed to be safe for carry. Because, you know, a Luger, there's no way to decock it, and I guess it's not really the safest carry gun. At the same time, it needed to have the same good ergonomics, handling, pointing as the Luger. Oh, and it needs to be cheaper, too. So, basically, give us a gun with no detractions, all of the benefits, new technology that doesn't really exist yet, and make it cheaper. And Walther said, no problem. Enter the P-38, although it took a few years. The earliest efforts were, honestly, trying to just scale up the PP PPK to fire 9mm. Yeah, basically a blowback. These didn't go anywhere. Now, to be fair, in World War I, Walther did try the Model 6, which was a 9x19 caliber blowback gun, kind of like a scaled-up Model 4, but not many were made. Not terribly successful. About the most successful blowback 9mm I can think of off the top of my head is the Astra, either 400 or 600, but I digress. Next, they would do the MP, for basically military pistol. And while it was different in some ways, it was the first to kind of feature the open top slide, the dual recoil springs. It would give way to the AP, the Army pistol. This is still prototyping around 1935. And it still had an internal hammer, but we're getting more recognizable. The AP was the first to have the kind of falling wedge locking system. From there, by 1937, we have the MPF, which is almost the full design, except it still had a concealed hammer. And then in early 1938, they finally had the MPH, which was the exposed hammer version. And then one more jump for the HP, the Hears pistol, later on that year. And now we have, essentially, a P-38 we can recognize. So it started off as the HP. And this name would actually continue well into World War II for commercial export sales, including this version here sent to Sweden. About 1,500 would be sent in 2 batches to Sweden. And they actually wanted more, but by 1940, the German government said, nah, all firearms production is for us, or at least has to go through us. And Sweden was kind of caught and didn't get it, which explains the whole M40 Lottie decision in Sweden. But originally they were looking at this because it was a much more modern design, much as the PP PPK were the first double single action. This was the first double single action locked breech, firing 9x19. It had the decocker safety. Early prototypes had wood grips, then they would go to these checkered grips. And just, you know, all the modern features. It had a longer barrel than the Luger. It about 4.9 inches, 8-round magazine, heel release, which is actually something the Germans kind of wanted, versus the button on the Luger. Take it for what you will. And it would go from there. Now, even though the Germans adopted this as the pistol 1938 P-38, the earliest prototypes, known as the Zero series, which look identical to this, were not made available well into 1939, and the gun wasn't actually finalized and put into production until 1940, at which time Walther was using the code K9880. They would soon get assigned the code AC once, that system came in. And the goal was they needed to be able to produce 10,000 a month of these. And by April of 41, Walther had hit that goal. Not bad. And in the beginning, this was, despite the modern features, 3/4 the cost of a Luger. But later, that would get reduced to half the cost, thanks to economy scale, and the fact that this used some newer pattern like coil springs. It used some stampings, like for example this plate on top is rather famously a stamped component, and they make some changes which we'll look at. And this should have fully replaced the Luger, although good old Mauser, who to be fair was really just getting up and running with Luger production, was a bit of a holdout, and it would take him a couple of years. But this would be their modern sidearm for World War II, and in a lot of ways it was the most modern military gun of its day and time. Before we move on, kind of close this chapter out, Simson, like I said, 32 the contracts were over, 34 the factory was seized. I go into the whole thing in detail in that independent video, but needless to say, because it was Jewish owned, and then they claimed that the tooling belonged to the government, not them, because it originally had come from the Erfurt Arsenal. But 1934, it was seized by the government and then quote-unquote bought, becoming Krieghoff. Now, to be fair, they couldn't do a whole lot with the tooling because it was very dated, worn out. They used it as a pattern, and 1935-36, they started producing their own P08s. Krieghoff never produced that many, although they would actually make more than Simson, about 13,000, 13,500. The majority were for the Luftwaffe, SS, that kind of thing. Very Nazi party good old boy system. To be fair, Krieghoff did plan on making more than that. It just never came to fruition. But I just wanted to mention that because they would be producing pistols throughout World War II, although the majority was done 35, 36, that 39 time period. In fact, a good number of Lugers would be made before and during World War II. Essentially as many as P38s would come out. But before we move into World War II production and the changes, there's one more category, one more type we absolutely have to talk about, because it's the area where Germany was really leading the way. And then we'll discuss why there was one area where they were really, really trailing behind. And they knew it, and it was part of their plan. I'm talking, of course, about the submachine gun, or machine pistol, as it was still known in Germany, and actually would continue to be known in Germany into the days of the Kalashnikov. Now this is a MP40, not an MP38. It's an automatic build. Original parts, though. And this is often called a Schmeiser, but it's not. Hugo Schmeiser really only did the magazine pattern, which, to be fair, was one of the weakest points of the gun. It does use the same magazines as the MP28, double column, single feed, and the Sten, for that matter. Some were ribbed, some weren't. Now, this was designed at Irma by Weimar. It was in response to a request for a new submachine gun, which came shortly after work on a new sidearm and rifle. 1935, with the first prototypes being the MP36. And these would be improved and simplified for production into the MP38, which is essentially the exact same gun. Very few mechanical differences. For example, the 38 didn't have the bolt safety. The 40 would introduce a cocking handle safety. In fact, some late 38s even had them too. And the MP38 had mostly machined parts, whereas when you get to the MP40 for mass production, you have a lot of stamped and rolled and welded parts, including this receiver, the fluted receiver, which is kind of cool that they took a sheet of steel and rolled it up to make a tube. Definite improvement, and it also saved weight and really sped up manufacturing. And this had a barrel longer than the original Bergman, just under 10 inches, and it was threaded. Had a sight protector. Had this very interesting resting bar under the barrel, and it was even meant to be fired from a port in a vehicle. But no real handguard. Flip notch. Basically, Bakelite or phenolic handguard as such, and pistol grip. Like I said, the magazine. But the big improvement was the underfolding stock. I mean, this is normal today. This was actually the first submachine gun to go into production with an underfolding stock, especially as a standard feature. And that was good. This saved a lot of length, and it was made of kind of tubular steel, so it wasn't very heavy. Because these were originally designed for paratroopers and officers or squad leaders, so they had something better than a pistol, but not as cumbersome as a full rifle. That was the initial thought. Also, some mechanized forces, but in the beginning, their issuance was relatively limited. And flipping it over, no surprises. Kind of a right side, but also very top-mounted ejection. Originally, this was an open bolt gun. It was not select fire, just, full auto. But, much like the American grease gun, it had a low rate of fire, 550 rounds per minute, firing 9x19 parabellum. This was achieved in part thanks to a very interesting kind of pneumatic recoil system. It was a telescoping spring, and it used its own compression to kind of slow the rate and return. The recoil system in the MP38 and MP40, at least until you get to the very end, was quite interesting. It's simple, but neat. It's probably the most engaging feature. Very standard trigger, all that good stuff, like I said, mags. Here's a pouch. They usually carried 2 of these, 1 on each side, for a total of 6 magazines. The mag loading tools here, much like with a Sten, to fully load these mags, you're going to need a tool. It's very difficult to do by hand. But yeah, by 1940, they were in mass production. This one, like many others, was produced at Steyr. You had Irma and Haenel would produce them, which is kind of funny because at one point Irma actually sued Haenel during the war because of patent infringements because of their own MP41, which kind of made that very short-lived. Now, this was the quintessential submachine gun for Nazi Germany. Yeah, the MP38 technically came first, but not that many were built. Really, once they got the stamping technology down, it was the MP40, and they started cranking these things out. They would make well over 1 million, perhaps 1.2, counting the MP38 and a few other things. And they would find uses for it. And that kind of gets us in to the beginning of the war, because we're looking at the new guns that the Third Reich adopted. And even before the war and after the first year or so, changes were being made, some improvements, and some economies for war. So let's begin with the K98K. And yes, this is a Russian capture. I've said it in many videos. This is my shooter one, and I really do think the Russian capture guns have a cool history in and of themselves, and for a number of years they were very, very affordable. And K98s are not these days, so I got what I got. Here's my early example again. One of the first changes they made, part of it was so they could use different cuts of wood without worry. Part of it was strength, was as early as 1937, they switched from kind of a hard wood, I believe it was a type of walnut, to laminate wood. Not only did this let them just kind of use pieces and put them together, it actually was a overall stronger stock. And to help with that, they would go to a relocated and larger recoil lug in the stock. And by 1940 or so, we would go to the cupped butt plate versus the flat. And part of that was to help keep the lamination together at the toe. And part of it was it's just better. This, gives a little space from the ground. Of course, there's wood under it. But all in all, it just made it a more durable gun, kept the toe from getting knocked about, and I think it's a very attractive feature. The takedown is slightly changed as well, if you can tell. At this point, nothing much changes with the bolt. And our next big one happened around 1941, give or take. They added a front sight protector hood. The early ones didn't have it. Rather, they had a but a kind of a clip-on cap. This would go to a permanent, or at least semi-permanent one that clipped right onto the sight and wasn't intended to be removed. They also changed the cleaning rod a bit. They went from a slightly shorter, thinner one to a longer, fatter one. And different factories at different times would have different cleaning rod specs. But all in all, just a little more durable. And you can understand why sight protector. Not only does it literally protect your sight, it also, gives it a little bit better of a sight picture as such. Flipping over, no surprises here. Much like that MP40 we just looked at, this too came from Steyr. That was its code. By 1941, they were using letter codes. And for Russian capture, this is a very honest example with the correct parts, as well as its capture screws, all that stuff. What have you. One thing I think is neat about the Russian capture guns, especially the early ones, this gun went to war on the Eastern Front and was either picked up off a battlefield afterwards or handed in when a group surrendered. You know it. Otherwise, though, aside from maybe the bluing not quite being as high polished, 1941-42, the K98K was a very good, very solid design. And following on from that, here's an early war P38, a true production P38. The most eye-catching thing are these horizontal serrated grips. They were easier to mass produce, stronger, and it said that they didn't quite get gummed up with mud and grime as bad. They also went to a square and larger lanyard clip. They would improve the firing pin and the safety decocker. Early on, 1940-41, at Walther, the bluing was still very high quality. They would quickly stop serial matching some parts, for example, the magazines. And throughout 1941, Walther was the only producer, although an order had been given to Mauser, Obendorf, to cease P08 production and switch over to P38. And they would also find a third manufacturer at Spreework in occupied Czechoslovakia. So by 42, two new manufacturers were coming online, but neither Spreework nor Mauser produced guns in any numbers that year, just a few hundred. So Walther was still the only maker for the first 3 years of P38 production. Of course, when the other ones would finally get in full-scale production and delivery by 1943, there we go. And you do start seeing some changes. The grips are actually the same pattern. They just quit dyeing them. So instead of either being black or dark brown. Some can be red or even almost an orangish color. And the bluing will change, but we'll get down to that later. But yeah, this is a production P38, and by this point, they are achieving their goal, more or less, of 10,000 pistols every single month. And the idea was, hopefully, they would, roll over suffixes every month, A, B, C, D, and so on and so forth. And then each year being marked on the gun would start over again, AC-41, AC-42, etc. And of course, rifles were done much the same way. However, P38 production was concurrent with P08 Luger production, at least for a little while. Even though Mauser was ordered to switch over, they would drag their feet and take some time, keeping on with the P08 through 1940, 41, 42, even into 43. And this is where the so-called Black Widows come from. That was never an official term. I'm sure you know that, but you get the idea. They'd already gone away from the Strad small parts to the simple salt blue. They would go from the wood grips to synthetic, and they would even go away from the metal base plate mags to synthetic, and they even would go to kind of an extruded metal body. Get this out here. With the blue to really more of a blackened finish. And they would long since have ceased serial matching. By this point, they didn't put serials on the mags. And they would even put fewer serials on the guns than you would have found years earlier. But they kept on. In fact, the German military took receipt of their final batch of P08s from Mauser in November of 1943. Only 1,000 pieces, and at that point they said, seriously, no more, guys. It should be pointed out that there were more made, I think about 4,000, using leftover parts, and even after those they still have more. And those would be sold to Portugal. And as I mentioned a bit ago, Krieghoff would still be making them, at least in very small numbers, through at least 1944 themselves. So yeah, a wartime gun. It's interesting to me that the Black Widows are so desirable compared to the Imperial era P08s. I honestly find the World War One guns more interesting and certainly, better made. Not that these are ugly, but interestingly too, they still make them with the stock lug, even though they'd long since stopped making stocks, and really they never issued butt stocks, shoulder stocks for the 4-inch barrel version. Oh well. But thanks to kind of mid-war economy of scale, this gun really was half the cost of a standard Luger, and in most ways better, more durable, although honestly people claiming that the Luger was unreliable, it's often overstated, but still it is a simpler system, easier to take down, take apart, and frankly I would say the Walther mags are more durable. The Luger mags, the Luger angle of grip is very aesthetically appealing, but it can make feet a little interesting. Of course, single action only versus double, a true decocker safety versus just a standard manual. Again, the Luger is a very elegant gun, but its day had passed. This is an array of small arms used by a typical squad at the beginning of the war. Typically, you had a squad of 10 men, and the officer in charge could carry an MP40 or even a K98 handgun, perhaps, but the bulk had K98s. Sometimes specialist drivers would have MP40s. Usually what you'd see would be 7 or so bolt actions, 1 or 2 MP40s, and then 1 or 2 handguns. But you might notice, aside from the MP40, we're not really looking at any kind of self-loading weapon. Germany had not really adopted anything, nor had many thought one was necessary. That's because they based their squadron tactics around and platoon tactics around the machine gun. And they had one of the best light to medium machine guns available, kind of up there with the Bren, possibly better, in the MG34 originally, and as the war would progress, the MG42. And the MG34 or 42 was the centerpiece of the unit. The rifles were really there to protect it, escort it, do whatever. We would see them later used for grenade launching and some other things, and to be used as snipers once the scoped version came around. And initially, the MP40 was, again, meant to be more of a defensive weapon. Not all that many were being issued, and of course, like a lot of European militaries before the war, they viewed a handgun as more of a badge of office. That's not to say the P38 especially was not a damn fine gun, but there was definitely not the notion that everyone would be carrying these. So that's where we were at, 39, 40, into 41. But then in 41, June, Operation Barbarossa. Keep in mind, up until Russia, and even at the beginning of the invasion of Russia, things had been coming up Milhouse for Nazi Germany. So they really had no need to change their tactics or adopt any new equipment. They just kind of streamlined production of what they had already. However, the middle part of the war would force some changes. Some in the military and then the government were very happy and willing. Others were very obstinate and slow. I know that's a shocker. It's also why I kind of laid some of the groundwork when I was talking about the Weimar Republic, because it will become important as we move in to the mid-war generation. While war began in September 1939, frankly, after the invasion of Poland, you had the Quiet War, the Sitzkrieg as it was known. The next major step was the invasion of France and the Low Countries. And then, after Dunkirk, you have a bit of another lull. Things are going Germany's way. 1941, though, was truly the year the global war, true World War II, began. Yes, December 7, America would join, and Japan would get in conflict, at least with the Western world in earnest. Obviously, they've been fighting in China for a decade. But before that, well, Hitler made one of his most critical errors. June 22nd, the invasion of Russia, Operation Barbarossa. And he was quite confident that it would go quick and easy, and that it would be knocked down like a rotten house. Part of this was justified. Part was simply racism and absolute arrogance and naivete. Justification. Look how Russia had done just a couple of years earlier, not even that, in the Winter War. It invaded Finland November 1939, and by March, while it technically won, it was the true definition of a Pyrrhic victory. And Finland remained independent. Yes, it gave concessions, but considering how young and how small Finland was, and how many purges Stalin had done to the Russian or the Soviet staff, it really revealed a lot of problems. So that makes sense. And Russia wasn't ready. Stalin had a pact with Hitler. And I don't think, he expected it. In fact, when the invasion happened, when news made it to Stalin, he went all but catatonic and was in denial. He absolutely just didn't believe. He thought it was an error. It's a very fascinating thing I can't really go into here and now, but read up on it. It's very interesting. But Hitler also based this on racism. It wasn't just the Jews outright. Remember, I said earlier, he thought it was a Jewish communist or a Jewish Bolshevik international cabal. He lumped them all in together. I'm going to be honest, though. He had more respect, even if he hated or absolutely was threatened by the Jews. He had no respect for the Slavs. And it shows as the war would go on. He thought they couldn't fight, they would, crumble. He also absolutely didn't like communism. Be honest, hey, a stop clock is right twice a day, right? Can't say he was wrong on his thing against communism and Bolshevism, but that doesn't justify everything else. But the first months of the war went Germany's way, except Russia started teaching them lessons about lots of things, but for this video, small arms. Submachine guns. Before the Winter War, Russia didn't really think much about submachine guns. They had the PPD, but low-rate production, but then they went in Finland, and they went up against the KP-31 Suomi. And it taught them real quick the value of submachine guns in modern war. Therefore, the PPSH-41 was just getting into production. It was finalizing development and just getting into production when Barbarossa happened. But as the war would go on, Russia was able to field them in whole squads, platoons, even larger groups. And they basically sent them to escort tanks, not to mention urban warfare. Very effective. And this showed the Germans the value of their own submachine gun, the MP40. And this also explains why, certain things like this gun, like the stock, aren't really that durable. That's one of the weaker points of the gun, because it really was developed as more of a second-line personal defense weapon, not to be used a whole lot. Well, the PPSH-41 showed them, no, a submachine gun can absolutely be a frontline combat weapon. So they pretty much immediately increased MP40 production and started equipping more and more people with these, not just officers and what have you. So you see more and more MP40s, 1942, 43, as the war goes on. What about rifles, though? Bolt action K98 was standard, 8x57. No self-loaders as such. But the Germans went up against these. The SVT-40. This is an early one, technically pre-war, and Russia had been working on this for a while. They had put a lot of emphasis. Stalin had been interested since the 20s. A lot had gone on, and they first had the AVS-36. Well, to be fair, they first had the 1916 Fedorov, but that wasn't really produced in many numbers. But the AVS-36, the Semenov, was produced, but it had issues. Then you had the SVT-38, which was better, but showed its own issues in the Winter War. Well, the SVT-40 was a product-improved version of that, and streamlined for mass production, because they were hoping to re-equip at least one-third of the entire Red Army as quick as possible. This was the third-generation self-loader. Now, the SVT-40 in Russian hands was not perfect. It was overly complicated. It was lightweight, although long. These are actually much lighter than you'd suspect. Detachable 10-round box mag, tilting, tipping bolt, reciprocating charging handle. And they were all, scope rail cut without the notches. They only built the 50-some-odd thousand actual sniper versions. But from the get-go, it was expected that some would be fitted with a 3.5 power telescope sight. It didn't quite work out as well as they'd hoped, and they reverted back to the M9130 PU, but, the idea was there that we could use this for multiple roles. In fact, as the war would go on, we'll see the AVT-40, which was a select fire version, absolutely ridiculous. But you see the idea is here. And I'm going somewhere with this, I promise. So, while the Russians had mixed bag results with these, and they were being invaded, and they couldn't produce them, and there's kind of a dead end for them, the Germans loved them. They picked these up in droves. There were quite a few SVT-38s and SVT-40s available by June of 41, and they would get more and more as the war would go on. Remember, Russia still managed to make nearly 2 million total SVTs, 38s, 40s, and AVS 36s, with over 1.5 million of those being this version. They loved them. Short stroke gas piston system. They even issued German language manuals. They had plenty of 7.62 by 54 rimmed ammo for them. And the German army at this time was really highly trained. Remember, back in the Weimar era, they weren't allowed to do conscription or mandatory service. So the Wehrmacht was established on a voluntary professional soldier. And of course, the whole Prussian tradition was there. Now, by this point, conscription was all but mandatory, but the level of training was very high. The soldiers had good morale. They had enough combat experience that they knew what they were doing, but not so much that they were worn out. So they were really at the peak of their efficiency, and when they picked these up, it worked well for them. And it gave them something better than a 5-shot bolt action. Why did they not have their own self-loader? By 1941, this was not exactly a new concept. Picking these up, it reminds me just how relatively heavy the MP40 is compared to newer guns. Anyway, yeah, the idea of a self-loading infantry rifle goes all the way back to 1901 when the French had the Int B prototype, and in 1917 they put the RSC Model 1917 into production, building over 80,000 in World War I. Not exactly a small number. And as I mentioned, Russia had the 1916 Fedorov. Most were built after the war, but the concept was there. And of course, America would have the Garand. It was 5 years into its official service and a couple of years into its actual service by this point. And Sweden was about to introduce the AG-42, what we know as the Jungmann, never official name, but there we go. So on and so forth. And developments had been going on in France and Belgium. This was not a new concept. So the Germans knew about it. In fact, going all the way back to 1923, Weimar era, the earliest thoughts of the replacement for at the time the long Gewehr were in place. They wanted something shorter, lighter, and with a larger magazine. Now, nothing came of this, much like the 1927 trials for a handgun. There was no funding. It was more just, planning and giving them something to do. They knew they couldn't do it. Well, 10 years later, when the Nazis took over Parliament and Chancellor, and then a year later, Führer, Chancellor, and then just Führer came in, you would think, well, they implemented a new pistol program, a new machine gun program with the MG34, the K98. You see lots of new developments between 33 and 36. Why not a self-loading rifle? And the idea was evaluated. But keep in mind, the general staff, most of them were World War I veterans, even older. That Prussian tradition cuts both ways. It was decided that a self-loading rifle would waste too much ammunition, would not produce the range and accuracy they wanted, would do too much for production, be overly complicated. They had all these excuses. Basically, it was newfangled. As I've said in previous videos, boomer. It's not an age group. It's a state of mind. Well, these were Prussian boomers. Instead, and this was a little forward-thinking of them, they decided the heart of the squad would be the machine gun, be it the light or medium, depending on how you configure it, which, as I mentioned already, was the MG34, later the MG42. So your bolt actions and later submachine guns would pretty much be there to support what was, frankly, a very good machine gun with a 50-round drum mag for the most part, although they could be operated from belts as well. So they had a good thing there. They just didn't see the purpose. And, they had funding and everything to worry about and concerned about. They were doing a lot and still recovering. So, long story short, the self-loader was put on the back burner. Not saying there wasn't some ideas and developments, but other programs took precedence. Keep in mind, too, in Germany, you had the Waffenamt, you had the Wehrmacht, you had the Luftwaffe, which sometimes did their own thing, and you had the Nazi Party itself. And you have all these companies. I've already mentioned, like, Walther suing Mauser and J.P. Sauer worrying about and violating both of their patents. And this is a very litigious society. Meanwhile, of course, in Russia, communism, steal what you want in a design. I mean, that's why everyone's taking from everyone, Kalashnikov later included. So, two different systems, neither perfect, because extremism sucks. But that was fascism in 1930s Germany. So nothing happened on self-loaders. That is until they went up against the SVT-40. They saw the value in it, arguably more than the Russians. They captured many for study. And essentially there was a crash program in 1941 to develop a counterpart. Enter the Gewehr 41. And if not one of the top prides in my collection, certainly something I'm happy to have and probably never thought I would. Sorry, this sling's got it kind of rolling. And this is a funky gun. But more were made than you might think. I think a lot of people just see this as a prototype or pre-production gun. Oh, no. It went into production. Very much so. Now, this really came down quickly. Essentially, the government gave development contracts and orders to Mauser and Walther, kind of the two stars at the time. Now, to be fair, Haenel was doing things, but they were kind of busy with their own projects that we will soon get to, and Irma was busy producing the MP40 as quick as possible, doing their own things. So, yeah, it fell to Mauser and Walther because Walther was not really doing a rifle at this time, so why not? And again, they were kind of favored by the Nazis. Not sure that says a whole lot, and I'm a Walther fan, and fair is fair. So, requirements. For one reason or another, they didn't want a hole in the barrel. To be fair, this was a requirement early on. Russia and America both had tried it. It didn't work out. But what you got was the bang system, where instead of a hole in the barrel, you basically have what's called a gas trap up here at the muzzle, this cone that traps recoil gas and then vents it through the sleeve around the barrel and hits a ring gas piston, which itself has a long piston up top here that directly strikes the carrier. Does it work? Yes, for a moment. Now, the other requirements were no external moving parts, okay, and it has to be able to be operated like a manual bolt action, and hey, keep the manual of arms as close to a K98K as you can. Safety, bolt, all that. Now, Mauser followed the requirements to the T and produced what was known as the G41M. And it sucked. It was overly complicated, even by German standards. Manufacturing tolerances were just way too crazy. They did build roughly 7,000, and of those, several thousand were not serviceable. Even of the, say, 4,000 or 5,000 that were sent to the field that could actually work for field trials, it didn't work out. It was just, even though they met the requirements, it was a crap design. Not Mauser's fault, though. So how did Walther make it work, at least better than Mauser? Well, they essentially ignored half of the requirements. They stuck to the barrel, the bang system, so no hole. But the whole no external moving parts, this moves. And it can be used as a bolt action by just cycling it, but it's not the same manual arms as a K98K. And the safety generally is the same style with this kind of flag style back here, but different. Interestingly, the bolt lockup has two flaps that move in and out, not dissimilar to the Russian DP light machine gun. And the magazine is 10 rounds, but it's a fixed mag. I mean, it can be removed for cleaning, but the idea was it would be topped off by 2 5-round K98 chargers or stripper clips. Here in the K98 is. Remember I said much earlier that one of the requirements for this design was the last round hole open follower. We have the same thing here. At least I will say the charging handle is still on the right side, and when they're up, pretty similar shape, and then you charge it the same way with the same clips. So some part of it was followed when it came to the manual of arms. It's just mostly the external moving parts thing. By the way, we have a bolt latch here, safety back here, yada, yada, yada. And, you know, other elements were very K98K too, like the cupped butt plate, the pass-through swing swivel, or sling slot, no takedown hole, obviously, because, you know, they don't have the same type of bolt. Very similar style trigger. This is, of course, different. The sights are very similar, including a hooded front post on this big thing. Very similar, essentially exactly the same cleaning rod as a 1941-42 K98, and it even has the same bayonet lug. So, all that's the same. They even accepted the same sling with the same sling arrangement. No surprises there. No storage compartment in the stock, even though there really would be room for one. But the K98 didn't have it. Essentially, they wanted a self-loading K98, and I think one reason they didn't do the detaching mags, well, I think there was two. One, feeding with chargers would slow down the rate of fire. Still, the boomers in charge were worried about ammo consumption and thus accuracy, aim shots. Two, one of the issues the Russians had had with the SVT-40, lost mags. So they put this kind of lock here, like so. And of course, the Russians had to produce additional mags per gun. With this, you just make one mag. There it is. Saves a little money and time. So you get all that good stuff. But, yeah, you notice a few things. Remember how I said all the way back in 1923 they thought the replacement for the Gewehr 98 should be shorter and lighter? They did get that with the K98K, but this is not shorter and lighter. Comparatively, the G41 is longer and heavier. Not quite as long as the SVT-40 thanks to its big honking muzzle brake, but it's actually heavier. It's the heaviest gun of these three on the table. And that was part of its issue. Not to mention the gas system. By the way, this top long handguard, it's a single piece. The barrel bands are very Mauser inspired, although they're not the same. This is one of the first uses of a kind of a Durafol type material. It's a semi-synthetic. It does have some wood particles in it, mixed with a kind of a plastic polymer slurry, similar to Bakelite. You also saw this with P38 type grips, and you'll see this material used more and more as the war goes on. I just think it's kind of interesting, and it does do pretty well with heat as well. Just thought I'd point that out. So 1942, after some evaluations, mostly on the Eastern Front, because that's where the heavy fighting on the ground was, the G41W, the Walther prototype, was selected, and the G41M was canceled. So that's it. And the W was dropped in the name, and this is when we get the G41, Gewehr 41, officially adopted. No W, no anything, because when it was finally adopted, that's what you get. And it was put into production not only at Walther, but Berlin, Louis, Becker, BLM, not that BLM, the original one. And actually BLM would make the majority. Walther would actually quickly turn their attention to other things. So this one is a BLM. And they would build these through 1943. And they would actually make a good number. How many? We don't know. So many were lost in the meat grinder that the Eastern Front was turning into. Yeah, that momentum that Germany had in 1941, it was already petering out halfway through 42, and then you get to 43. Oftentimes the Battle of Kursk is attributed to being the turning point. I'm not going to get into that now. It's not, there are reasons for that argument. My point is 42, 43 get to be just as desperate for the Russians and the Germans equally. So we don't know. High-end estimate, 150,000. Low-end, 50,000. Based on serials I've seen, I'm going to say just over 100,000 Walther and BLM combined, with, again, the bulk being BLM like this one. But why is this such an obscure rifle today? Well, it kind of sucked. Soldiers obviously liked the semi-automatic aspect. 10 rounds semi-auto versus 5 rounds bolt action. That's good. And with this full-length barrel, it was reasonably accurate, and you have a good sight radius. So that's good. But there's no real scope mounting potential. And it's heavy. And it's long. So that sucks. And the detaching mag, topping off with stripper clips is an option, is fine. But sometimes swapping out entire mags is better, especially if one maybe becomes damaged, dented in the field. Yeah, interchangeable mags are just the future, and everyone's having to come to this realization, except America, who would take far too long to adopt the M14, which by that time sucked itself, but I digress. Things like the bayonet lug were kind of why, cleaning rod, and whatever. But the big deal was the bang system here. It worked fine for the first 50 to 100 shots. Then it fouled, especially in the Eastern Front environment of mud, snow, dirt, rain. It fouled up very quickly and required extremely frequent cleaning and maintenance. Now, luckily, disassembly is very easy. You just press in here, unscrew this. So that's one thing I'll give this gun. Getting to the gas system to clean it is very easy. And if you're sitting at home on a workbench, yeah, take your parts off. But in a field, you can't be stopping after 100 rounds, maybe 200 if you're lucky, to clean it. That's not practical. And because of the parts and everything, this wasn't the cheapest to mass produce in and of itself. It was old school, milled, machined receiver, old school barrel systems, screw in the barrel. And it still wasn't as good as this gun, the SVT 40. The SVT 40 was more reliable, in a lot of ways more durable, which is kind of funny to say because durability was one of the problems in Russian service, but again, Germans a little better. Basically, they knew from the outset they could do better. And this is why Walther didn't make many Gewehr 41s. Already by the latter half of 1942, they were working on an improved version, which would ultimately turn into a wholly different rifle. Well, mostly. We come to Walther's Gewehr 1943, the G43. And my rather kind of oft-seen famous gun on the channel with the inlet stock where the returning GI did that. Hey, when it comes to sportering, modifying as a trophy, this is cool, frankly. Plus, because the previous owner thought that really, really hurt the value, I got this for not a steal, but less than what a early production version normally goes for. So I'm not complaining, and it definitely gives it some interesting provenance. And, well, hey, you're not going to lose it. So yes, Walther was working on this in 42, and the earliest prototypes were given to the Wehrmacht for testing in January of 43, and they liked them. By summer of that year, they said, you know what, switch over from that G41 we just told you to start building, start making this new version. Yeah, we're going to call it the Gewehr 43, G43. But because there were so many changes, it actually took them a while to switch over, even under a wartime economy and, expediency. The first guns were turned out in October of that year, and by year's end, they had built just around 3,200. But fewer than 2 dozen actually made it to any kind of front. So effectively, none saw real combat. What's, 20 to 25 guns really going to do? However, by 1944, around the time of D-Day, these were showing up in real numbers, and they were being produced at not 2 factories like the previous G41. You still had, of course, Walther, and you had BLM, which switched over a short time later, kind of after finishing up their 41 line, kind of using up their parts. You also had Gustloff Work. Now, in the Simpson video, I mentioned who Gustloff Work was, and yeah, it was basically the old Simpson factory. Unfortunately, they also used slave labor from the nearby Buchenwald concentration camp. But then again, so did Walther. Walther had what they called Walther II, which was essentially a sub-factory, still under the AC code, that also used slave labor. And that just sucks. But what do you do? Probably explains why BLM guns were considered the best throughout the war. But anyway, the G43. What is it? Essentially, it's a G41 combined with the good ideas from the SVT-40 and with brand new manufacturing techniques and material that Germany had developed during the war. The bolt lockup system is the same, and the charging system action is very similar. The bolts is relocated, or handles to the left. The hold open is a little different. Instead of a slidey thing, it's more of a pivoting thing. Top cover. Originally, this was a machined part, but it was intended to be a stamped part because this would use more and more stamped components. The MP40 used a lot of stampings. Well, now we're putting this into play with rifles. And while originally these would be blued, more and more for small parts, and then the entire guns could be zinc phosphate, kind of a grayish phosphate. This still used a laminated beechwood stock, like previous guns, but it had a new type of receiver. Walther introduced a forged receiver. Now, we think of forging today as, the better alternative to, say, investment casting, and it is. But back then, you had traditional milling, machining. Forging was the newfangled thing. It was much faster and easier, and we usually call these rough forged receivers because they're not, they literally are rough compared to more traditional machine styles like we see in the original 41 up here. Notice how much smoother this is than this. Now, of course, there were some machine ones we'll talk about later. But, yeah, the German-made ones, and there's several variations there. Also, the barrels went from just traditional screw-in to pressed and pinned in, a system that we would know much later in production even today. And finally, BLM pioneered a little known system of making barrels. Cost a lot to set up, but once you got it going, it produced very high quality barrels per barrel very cheaply and quickly, called cold hammer forging. Yeah, this is the G43 is really where this got put into mass production, and it was thanks to BLM. So, yeah, a lot of new techniques there. From the SVT-40, it took a detachable mag, very similar. They didn't feel like they needed to put a lock on, though, so even though it's a 10 round, thanks to the different cartridge being a recessed or rebated or rimless round versus the rim round here, it could be smaller, ribbed for strength, and they would typically issue 3 mags with a gun. It could still be topped off by stripper clips, though, so, you could do that if needed, but also switch out mags. Same type of trigger, same type of kind of wing safety back here. It's kind of all the same going on. But the big thing, of course, was the switch in the gas system. We go away from the crazy bang system. To be fair to Germany, everyone tried it. It's just that they were so late to the party on self-loaders. they had to try it in war, whereas Russia, America, and others tried it in peacetime and realized that this isn't going to work. So they stole it from the SVT-40, the short-stroke gas piston, which again wasn't a new idea. Lots of guns had used it, commercial and military. So yeah, but they copied that, put it in here. They also made it very easy to access. You just, take your front handguard, press in, pull it forward, right there for disassembly. Couldn't be easier. Still have a cleaning rod under the barrel, but we got rid of the bayonet lug. Wasn't really needed. Barrel is about 21.5 inches. Overall length is roughly the same as the G41, maybe slightly shorter. But because of this much thinner, less going on front end, shorter handguard, this is a lighter gun. I'm not saying it's super light, but it's about 9.5 to 10 pounds, depending on exactly which make and model, stock material used. Very average for the day and time. Hooded front sight, and originally we had a threaded barrel for attachments. All that good stuff. And we finally utilized our space in the buttstock. First, machining out a compartment saves weight. Second, we store stuff in here. Spare parts, cleaning material, and even a comic book style manual, which actually would kind of come into play as the war would go on. And yes, this was the G43. The name K43 for Carabine 43 would not even be thought of until midway through 1944 and not be implemented until later on that year, and even then it was not consistent. There's no difference between a K43 and a G43. It is literally a morale, political naming thing. So, yeah, propaganda, as it were. But Walther did start producing these, and we started to get feedback from the soldiers. Obviously, just like with the 41, they liked that they had a self-loader, and they had good range and power, still firing 8mm, and they really appreciated the detaching mag. These are quite decent mags, compact. And another lesson they took from the SVT-40, scope rails. Now, to be fair, some of the earliest 43s didn't have the scope rail done yet. They were still working on it. But they all were fitted with this rail, meaning that all could take a optic, usually a 4-power type. Only about 54,000 actually left the factory with an optic, but they all could be fitted with it. And they discovered that it was accurate enough to be used as a DMR, so that's good. And they also discovered that it was pretty light recoiling thanks to this gas system. Now, compared to other self-loaders like this SVT-40 with an adjustable gas system, I would still say especially early 43s were intentionally overgassed. We'll get to that later. But still, it was lighter recoiling than a K98 because at least some of your energy is being soaked up by your function. So that's good. And they liked that it was relatively light compared to the 41. All that good stuff. And it was just nice to have a modern gun. And they were able to crank these out once they got going quite quickly thanks to the new manufacturing techniques. However, there's always a but. Really, I think because of wartime production tolerances and getting looser, these were not the most accurate in the world. Most agreed the K98 was still more accurate, which is kind of obvious, but still, it was a complaint leveled that it was not a true sniper rifle. So while DMR, yeah, you could use it. If you really needed sniper shots, people still preferred the K98. Okay, fair enough. Another issue, this safety, it's only retained with essentially an E-clip. These could and did pop out or the clip simply break a lot easier than they should have. And the extractor gave issues. So no wonder that actually a spare was routine in the buttstock. They also carried a spare firing pin and firing pin striker or extension. I didn't hear the firing pin breaking as much. I think it's mostly the extractor, but never hurts to have a spare. And the biggest issue, and one that they would work on from the get-go, was the gas system. As I said, they did overgas these, but they knew that. They wanted to get them in the field. They wanted them to work. They knew the way the war was going by late 43, post-Kursk, post-invasion of Italy, and D-Days on the horizon. They knew. So if the rifle beat itself up long-term, who cares? But they still, Walther especially, tried to tinker with the gas system. They wanted to not sacrifice reliability. Keep in mind, these would be working in lots of different environments, so you don't want to undergas it. But they would tweak the gas system, and they would tweak the bolt a bit, trying to get it in that sweet spot. This is why today, if you own a G43 or a K43, you really need a modern adjustable gas system, because these will beat themselves up. You will crack the rear of your receiver eventually, especially with early production models. Later ones, you might get away with it longer, but it's kind of a matter of time. So it was a mixed bag, but considering wartime and that they really had developed the whole system, 41 and 43, quite rapidly, they didn't have the benefit of designing these in peacetime. It wasn't bad, but it did suffer from being German, a little over-engineered, originally very kind of unrealistic requirements. And remember how I said there were lots of programs going on in the Third Reich? The Nazi Party itself, with some of its people, had programs. The Luftwaffe, once in a while, had its own thing going on. And, well, so did the Wehrmacht. So there were other things happening, and other competing designs and other notions, which is why at the end of the day, the G43, K43 kind of ended up being a dead end. But so was the SVT-40 Tokarev, really. Time moves on. Newer, more modern concepts. Yep, boomers, you can't stop time and change. We're almost there. But first, I wanted to mention a little side project Walther had been working on for a number of years. The PP and PPK lightweight, or dural, frame version. I don't know, I find these kind of interesting. And these were actually the final PPKs made in World War II. The dural aluminum material went all the way back to before World War I. And Walther started working with it in the mid-30s, around 35, 36, again for the PP PPK series, making some frames out of it. Its first experiments really go back to the Model 8 in the 1920s. They made a few Model 8s, which was a 25 caliber with a dural frame. And so now they're scaling this up a bit to 7.65. And it saved about 4 ounces. So when you pick one of these up, they are very svelte. Of course, the barrel length is the same. Still have a steel slide barrel grip, all that good stuff. And they would make small runs of these in the 30s and even into World War II. Seems like the last batch of dural frames were made 41, 42. And the last guns completed left the factory in 1943, maybe early 44. And I believe the last PPKs were using up these dural frames, which had kind of been put in storage. You'll notice that there isn't kind of the step down or cut here in the frame like you'll see in a standard PPK. And that's, of course, just because it's a lighter material. So they did skip some machining. This one, even though the frame's maybe a couple of years older than the actual gun coming out, has kind of that mid-war fit and finish. I don't know, I just find it interesting. Of course, this work with alloy frames would influence later guns, including 9x19s, including, of course, eventually what we know as the P1 and so on and so forth. But, yeah, as the war would drag on, little 32s like this were just not as important, so you won't see as many built. But cool for a minute, I thought, so worth mentioning. The road to the Sturmgewehr 44 was long and winding and not at all meant to be a submachine gun. Well, by some. In fact, it was all based around the intermediate cartridge. The idea for a shorter, lighter cartridge actually goes back to the late 19th century, but no one really was interested. Smokeless powder was new, range was important. But by World War I, some in the general officer staff in Imperial Germany argued that, most combat is well under 1,000 meters, even 400 meters, what have you. We really don't need 8mm. And so an intermediate round would allow more carriage of ammo, all that good stuff. But the MP18 we've already talked about, 9mm, was sufficient, already pretty much in production. So again, not much happened. 1923, as I said, there was the first kind of inklings of replacing the Gewehr 98. And I already mentioned they wanted it to be shorter and lighter. They also wanted it to have a 20, maybe 25 round mag. Remember, there were those extended trench mags in World War I. And from there are thoughts of an intermediate round in the 1930s. In fact, that's what came first. And lots of private companies tried things anywhere from 7mm to 7.5, anywhere from by 46. There were even some by 39s, ironically. Yeah, there was a 7.5 by 39 trialed in the late 30s. It wasn't until around 1937, 1938 the government really got involved, and eventually this would lead to the selection of 8 by 33. 8mm was picked because it was, common diameter, would be easy to produce. Interestingly, instead of sticking with, 39 or 46mm, they went even shorter to 33. Yeah, interesting decision. But that was selected first. And they would start making some test cartridges. To be fair, in Russia, 7.62 by 39, originally 7.62 by 41, was selected and designed before the Kalashnikov or even the SKS. So, man, that's kind of where it is. So this was designed around that intermediate round. And then, 1940, Walther and Haenel were essentially given guidelines and asked to develop 50 prototypes for field testing of a new weapon. And at this time, it is thought of as a machine or automatic carbine, not a submachine gun as such, which is where the MKB-42 comes from. MKB-42H for the Haenel, MKB-42W for the Walther designs. The requirements were it needed to have a relatively low rate of fire, 400, 500 rounds max, so slower than the MP40, shorter, more compact than the previous guns, and the same weight or lighter than the K98, which technically it ended up not being. Select fire, and feeding from detachable magazines. Good to at least 400 meters, which is actually quite reasonable, all things considered, and able to launch rifle grenades. Okay. It also needs to be able to be easily disassembled, maintained in the field. It needs to be efficient for mass production, and it needs to be of a straightforward design, so no convolution. Now keep in mind, this is a wholly separate program from what would produce the G41 and G43. Because again, it's based around a different cartridge and just a whole different concept of closer fighting but more rapid fire, which is actually why they originally issued it with a total of 6 mags. So more like a MP40 in that sense. January of 1942, the earliest Haenel prototypes are ready. Walther was a little behind, but by February, they too had their first guns ready, and by April of that year, they would first be presented to the General Staff and the Fuhrer himself. Both would be built on a tipping or tilting bolt, although it was slightly different. Where they really would differ internally was their gas system. Walther used like an annular gas piston system, and the Hanel would use a piston, more conventional short stroke system, and it was actually mounted under the barrel. And of course, originally the MKB-42s were open bolt. We'll get into that in just a minute. And they fired the 8x33, like I said. And, well, Hitler, rather famously, wasn't impressed. However, he had some justification for that, despite some think. His main objection wasn't the carbine itself, but the new intermediate 8mm cartridge. One, he thought 8mm 8x57 IS was fine. Two, he thought that it's the middle of the war, resources. So basically, he kind of told him to knock it off, don't put any more manpower into this, but he didn't forbade it. He said, do it if you want, but yeah, begin boomer. So what would happen, they would keep producing these as test models, and they would first send them to the infantry school for evaluation, and there they preferred the 42H, but the W would still stay in production, and between that time and early 43 they would build about 4,000 Ws and 8,000 Hs, and these would eventually go in for field trials, testing, evaluation on the, of course, Eastern Front. After testing and even a little bit of field trial use of the MKB-42s, it was clear the Hanel design was preferred. And it was tweaked and evolved, and the second major version was shown off to Hitler in February of 1943. And he was again not impressed with the whole program. He didn't outright forbade it, but by this point, the Gewehr 43 had just been shown off. Like I said earlier, the first prototypes were available in January, and this really helped assuage his worries. When the 41 was coming around, you could see where there were some reservations, but the 43 was really looking good. There was that actually lead him to essentially give an order, if even informal, that development of all rifle projects, stop that. The 43 is clearly what will replace the K98. It, in some ways, is even maybe cheaper to make. And that was that. But again, he didn't outright forbade the MKB-42 program, so development did continue. The improved version was the MKB-43, turned very quickly into the MP-43 after the rifle decree, and originally had the MP-43A, which was still an open bolt. And then we had the first closed bolt, the MP-43B. This was done for better accuracy, and they essentially copied the trigger group, the hammer group, from the Walther, which is actually why this has a very Walther-esque trigger. In other ways, it's the handle design, including their gas piston system and tilting bolt. So cool. And this would be renamed from 43B, which is the prototype, to MP-43I for Roman numeral 1. And then the I was dropped because they considered that to meet the rifle grenade requirement, all they'd have to do would be change out the front sight and barrel a bit, and we could go from there. So the MP-43 is born, and Hitler learns about it, and he's not really pleased. He didn't really want development of rifles, but it's hard to argue there isn't a purpose to this. So 6 months were given as essentially evaluation, testing, trials, just to kind of see what we can come up with, including the 8mm Kurz cartridge. A couple of thousand were even sent to the front of the new improved version, and feedback was overwhelmingly positive. So by late September, there was a push amongst many in the government to get Hitler on board with this. And the way they kind of swayed him was this was not going to be a replacement for the K98 or even challenging the G43. This will be a supplement. And this is really kind of where the notion of a submachine gun gets really introduced here. So it'll be more of an MP40 supplement or replacement. Remember, by this point, they're deploying a lot more MP40s than they were anticipating. So, okay, this gives it a shot in the arm, some new life. In fact, by October, Hitler decides he's going to order 30,000. Not total, but per month. And we start to see these deployed in limited numbers. The Waffen-SS gets some. They go to the Eastern Front mostly. And we have the MP43 design. And what's happened here, because it's no longer considered a rifle or rifle replacement, the requirement for launching grenades is dropped. The bayonet lug is dropped. Even the scope mount, which earlier versions sometimes had, like you see here, was dropped because it wasn't a rifle. So it kind of lets it be its own thing. The magazines are perfected, so on and so forth. It continues to be updated and put into relatively full-scale production. And then in April of 1944, Hitler himself orders the MP43 be renamed MP44, just to reflect some of the changes. And also, I think there was maybe a certain notion we didn't need two 43s. We didn't need a G43 and an MP43. Why not? But at this point, decisions don't really make a lot of sense, for being honest. And they start to see quite widespread issuance on the Eastern Front, not so much on the West. And then in July, rather famously, the General Staff requests more of these rifles. It's demoed for Hitler, the latest version, and finally he really is fully on board and kind of liking this gun. Then again, yeah, mental acuity, whatever. But my point is, around a month after D-Day, the MP44, as it's now known, is kind of more or less in its final design after a protracted development. But then again, this was a whole new type of firearm. And like I said, 6 mags were issued, and it was generally speaking very well liked. Another thing you can say, it was compact with a 16-inch barrel, pretty short, but it was very heavy. Of course, it was made from a lot of stampings and forgings, even castings, and wood or bakelite. The mags, well, the only downside, they're easy enough to load, but they did hang down quite a bit. No last round hold open, of course. Relatively loose tolerances. For once, a German gun isn't just overly ornate, because again, one of the requirements was to be simple, and they even managed to put a small vertical storage compartment in the stock. Again, with the comic book manual, the mag loading tool, little takedown tool. We have the long stroke gas piston now mounted above the barrel. Pretty unique tipping bolt system. We have a fire mode selector, and we have a separate safety, and we have a stamped and rolled steel. Hugo Schmeisser did have quite an instrumental part in designing this at Haino, unlike the MP40, which is often called a smasher. It's not. It's kind of funny. And barrels were threaded for attachments, hooded front sight. The gun we know and influenced the whole future. So, mid-war, 1943, 1944. These are our Smallarms. Obviously, I don't have an MG34, MG42 to show you, and I don't have an FG42. Originals are, of course, Select Fire. Very interesting gun for the paratroop, but your only real option if you don't do original registered is a modern recreation SGM makes them. I just don't, sorry. But definitely worth noting, but my personal experience is very limited. The venerable K98 is still very much in production and will remain so throughout the war, although on paper it is to be phased out in favor of the G, soon K43. MP40 production is up at max levels, and their usefulness is just more and more recognized. And finally, after quite a long road, the MP43 and MP44 essentially the same gun. Small differences. Well, they're still trying to find its niche, but with all the fighting going on, there's plenty of opportunity. And it's actually very well suited for German warfare now. Defensive war, it's cheap, it's easy to maintain. It actually gives the individual soldier considerable firepower. It can be used for assault and defense. Yeah. Which eventually leads to its next name. So even though they were dragging behind, and even though the bolt action is still key and the most common in the Wehrmacht, they did catch up on the self-loading rifle. They were always kind of ahead when it came to the submachine gun, and they did develop essentially a whole new class of gun. More thanks to its round than anything else. But there you go. So that was what we had going on. And of course, we still have plenty of pistols. By this point, finally, the Luger is out of production, but still plenty are in service. In the pre-war and World War II era, Mauser made roughly 1 million more. So they're still out there. The P-38 is now being made full steam ahead at 3 different factories. And, of course, there are several other little 32s, especially being carried by vehicle drivers, tank crews, paratroopers, that kind of thing. But before we get into the last year of the war, the Kriegsmodels, last-ditch guns, if you prefer, Nazi Germany had several willing allies and several not-so-willing nations they occupied. And from those, they would acquire a vast array of Smallarms. Some were purpose-built for them. Some were simply captured and reissued, like the SVT-40 we already talked about. So, before we get to the end of the war, let's look at some, not even close to all, but some of the foreign designs in German service during the war. How about that? Since we imported a dictator from there, I guess the first foreign nation we should talk about is Austria, formerly the Austro-Hungarian Empire, which was allied with Imperial Germany during World War I, and obviously being Germanic would continue on during the interwar period and World War II. Although once you get to the post-war period, was Austria complicit, a collaborator, a co-conspirator, or were they forced into the joining with Nazi Germany, and were they essentially a victim and an occupied nation? You might think you know the answer, maybe you do, but I can guarantee you that thousands of diplomats in 1945 through 1950 in the USA, England, and Russia sure struggled with it, not to mention Austria themselves. I digress. Anyway, it's an interesting piece of Cold War history you don't often hear about. But let's talk guns. As we roll into these foreign guns in German service, I cannot talk all, because Germany collected guns when they occupied a nation or on the battlefield, and many of them would be used as is. Some would get depot stamps or otherwise markings, like, for example, HZ, and I know a lot of the French guns had their own kind of unique markings. Nothing crazy. The only ones you're going to find that have Waffen amps, at least 95+% of the time, or guns made under German occupation, new made, because the WAA marking with a number was actually an inspector. Big factories had their own inspectors, like, for example, Walther with 359 and Mauser. But smaller factories had kind of roaming Waffenamt Heer's office inspectors, so you can see the same number actually with several factories. These are usually subcontractors. But I just wanted to mention that. That said, I am blind, so marking's not my specialty. So with that, which of these three Austrian guns to start with? Well, this seems like a good place. The good old Steyr Mannlicher. Bolt action, straight pull. This served Austro-Hungary throughout World War I, and of course, since they were on the side that lost, Versailles Treaty, all that, yeah, they were broken up, you know, story for a different video. But the M95 continued to serve in both Austria and Hungary. However, the long rifles were falling out of favor. Now, this is an actual carbine. There's another version called a Stutzen. Difference, same 20-inch barrel, same 39 overall length, same like 7 pounds weight. Sling swivels. Basically, the difference between a Stutzen and a carbine, sling swivels. Now, some early carbines may not have bayonet lugs, but by World War I, when these are being used more for storming trenches than on horses, they did stacking rods too. But my point is, by the 1930s, Austria was cutting most of their long rifles down to the Stutzen/carbine length, and they usually got double sling swivels. I've seen a few different styles. It's actually pretty cool to collect these. But another thing they were doing, they were rechambering them. These were originally an 8x50. No, not Lebel. No, not Siamese. No, it was their own thing, Mannlicher, which was essentially a round-nosed bullet. Well, they had developed a new 8x56 bullet, still rimmed, still feeding from a 5-round on-block clip, but, you know, a little more oomph, a little more velocity. And trust me, out of this short barrel, you feel it. So when they would rework these, they would add the S, it's Steyr, and it would be the M95-30. And they would sometimes rework the rear sights, going from the original to meter markings and other things. I mention this because this was the standard gun for Austria in the 1930s for quite some time. These would also proliferate throughout Europe because a lot of Mannlichers were given as war reparations, and so became pretty common in like Yugoslavia, Bulgaria. Even some made it to Poland and Finland, although they usually sold them off, but they became a very common thing. They even inspired the Ross rifle earlier on, but in this kind of barrel length. So reworked for the new cartridge. Once Germany and Austria reunited in 1938 like long-lost lovers, of course, they would fall under the Waffenamt system, the Heers, and you would start to see, mostly I've seen ammo produced with, swastika-type markings on them. The rifles typically did not get that. Sometimes you might see some ordnance depot marks. Now, at the beginning, 1939, 1940, yeah, Austrian troops would still have M95s. But as the war would go on and newer guns would come around, we looked at already some K98s that were built by Steyr. The Mauser would take over, which, agreeably a better design, even though I think this is a really cool design, and I love shooting it. So that meant that these would go to second-line Austrian troops, some second-line POW guards, prison guards, we won't mention what kind of prisons, would get these that were German, but not many Germans actually got M95s, but some did. What Germany did do, they would collect quite a number of these and give them to allies. For example, Romania, Bulgaria comes to mind. They got a huge chunk, and a few others. So they were kind of trade good, and they would continue to see service throughout the war, even though new receivers had stopped really being made in 1920. So most all of these are World War I era or older. But yeah, there are some that can be considered German issue for World War II. Next, let's talk about what I consider one of the coolest overlooked historical pistols, the Steyr M1911, or M1912, or the Steyr Hahn. This was actually a very robust pistol. Now, it was actually magazine-fed, but not through the bottom. It did not have detaching magazines. Instead, much like, say, with the broom handle Mauser, you retracted the slide and you used stripper clips. And this locks with a rotating barrel. Now, these were originally in a 9mm Steyr Mannlicher cartridge used in World War I. Now, Germany actually did purchase some of these in 1916 and another order in 1918. But, of course, Treaty of Versailles, not really many were left in the Weimar Republic, if at all. But this would continue to be standard issue for Austria well into the 1930s. They would be refurbished and reworked. Really, if you haven't messed with the Steyr Hahn, they're really cool, even if they're in their own caliber. However, in 1938 again, about 60,000 were reworked for 9x19 Parabellum, 9mm Luger. They would have a P08 marking, and they were known as Pistol 12 O, well, umlaut, but yeah, for Austria. And so they would work with the standard cartridge, which was good because at this point the MP38 is making that cartridge not just popular in Germany, but in Austria too. And these are very easy to rework. Basically, just drop a new barrel in. One benefit of this rotating barrel system, it's just very forgiving the way it works. So these would be used by police, Austrian troops, and undoubtedly a few did make it into German hands. I mean, being stripper clip fed, yeah, it's kind of dated, but this is a very, very solid gun. And in other ways, it's modern enough. So I had to mention it. Plus, again, it's just kind of one of my favorites. Plus, I love the giant lanyard bar. And finally, we come probably to the most relevant example, because in a way, it's more German than Austrian. Nicknamed the Rolls-Royce of submachine guns, this is kind of the pinnacle of first-generation production. Also sometimes called the Steyr Solothurn. Its history actually dates back again to that Treaty of Versailles, that pesky thing. This was originally developed by the company we know as Rheinmetall in the 1920s as an improved version of the MP18, the Bergmann. However, again, they really couldn't produce it in Germany, so what they did around 1925-26, Rheinmetall purchased a little factory outside known as Solothurn. And Solothurn first produced this as the S1-100, but they just didn't have the production capacity. They just couldn't build them enough. This would lead to a partnership with Steyr in 1929. And then we start to see them up and running, and this kind of introduces them to Austria. So, originally German, we threw some Swiss in, now we've got some Austrian in, and finally these are in relatively large-scale production, but they were very expensive, but they were, you know, an alternative at the time, and pretty nice guns, frankly. Notice the magwell. You can actually use the magwell as a mag loader with stripper clips. Now, these were originally mostly chambered for 9x25 Mauser, but there were other cartridges and calibers, 9x23, I believe, and pretty much whatever. And the reason I have it in my collection mostly is because this is the closest I'll ever get to a Japanese Type 100 submachine gun, unless I just get super lucky one day, because the Japanese actually purchased large numbers of these, and this was their de facto submachine gun until that. Now, the Austrian police adopted this as the MP30, and the Austrian government/military adopted it as the MP34. And at this point, some in Germany also selected it, and ultimately it would go on to be used by the Wehrmacht and the, more importantly, Waffen SS. They purchased these. And production would continue up till about 1940 when it was finally replaced by the much cheaper, more efficient MP40, although one final batch was done in 1942 for, I believe, Portugal. But in 1938, one important change was made. These two were rebarreled, reworked for 9x19. And whereas my Steyr Hahn is still in the original caliber, this one actually does have the German era 9x19 barrel, and for that they actually made a new pattern of magazine. The original mags were 20, 32, or 40. These are 30, and interestingly, they are double stack, double feed, pretty modern, and they're straight mag. But because of that era, only 3 to a pouch, and typically only 1, maybe 2 pouches issued with. Again, there's the little mag loader you can put it in. And basically what they did is they just slightly slimmed up the mag well, because this is a shorter mag, and then a new barrel, because it just screws in. Of course, this is extended out to be a carbine. It does have a bayonet mount, which takes us the same bayonet as the Steyr up here. And there was even a little bipod they made for these. Now, mechanically, it's actually very different from a MP40 or a Bergman. Of course, this is again a semi-auto. Yeah, you just lift it up. There's your bolt. And if you're thinking, that looks like that's a little unsafe, yeah, they did actually introduce a bolt latch, you know. Of course, I think it's kind of neat because it has a very Steyr-style charging handle. But yeah, they would rebarrel these for 9x19. And even though production was phased out by 1940, these were pretty well prized submachine guns. They were select fire. They were quite light recoiling, quite manageable in the RPM. So, like I said, mostly the SS had these, but some in the standard Wehrmacht and others. And a lot of German allies before and at the beginning of World War II would acquire these. Namely, again, Japan, who was a key member of the Axis. So that was definitely an important contribution from Austria. But again, it started off as a German design anyway, so I really had to include it in this video. Plus, it's just kind of a cool gun. The recoil is actually in the buttstock. It's got a spring in the stock. There's your selector. Again, semi-auto, no worries. And the mags. So those are the Austrian contributions. What about its better half? The nation of Hungary. Obviously broken off after World War I. This gets interesting, especially with its relations with Czechoslovakia and its participation in the invasions of Yugoslavia and Russia. It was firmly considered an ally to the new German state. And of course, it too was originally fielding the same Steyr Mannlicher M95. These would be built, of course, at Steyr and also FEG, and these would be refurbished in the 1930s for the new 8x56 rimmed round, the Spitzer round as well. Hungarian refurbs, instead of having the S over the chamber, will have an H. I've sometimes seen the name written as M95/31, but it seems like 31M is the more common Hungarian internal designation for their reworks, and they too shorten theirs down to carbine or Stetson length, leaving only a handful as long rifles for, say, guards and what have you. So this program would start just a hair after Steyr would begin in Austria at FEG, and would continue throughout the 1930s. Not many of these would make it into German hands at all, but I just wanted to mention it and the difference with the markings, but they're essentially the same gun, and frankly, the quality is fine. Steyr FEG, of course, united under the Austro-Hungarian Empire. I think everyone considers Steyr a superior manufacturer, but FEG was no slouch, as we will see throughout this video. But this old straight pull design, it was recognized that while it had its benefits, one of the downsides to any straight pull is just you don't have great positive extraction. You're just pulling straight back and forth. Also, in the cold, some of that's and you have some parts where And this design, because it is firmly 19th century, it wasn't really good for parts interoperability, swapping things out. Essentially, a lot of parts had to be hand-fitted. In fact, some reason that a lot of these that Century sold years ago had sticky bolts is because they were kind of put together, refurbished after the fact. Now, headspace would be fine, but the factory guns just felt better, smoother. Anywho, they needed a replacement, and so work had been underway really since the adoption of the 8x56 cartridge itself. And that leads us to quite an interesting and unique design, or hybrid, from FEG, F-E-G themselves. Designated as the 35M, this essentially removed the straight pull Mannlicher and went to a Mannlicher style turned bolt action, same type of safety. You're very much inspired by Mauser, but it was its own unique thing. And like the K98K, it had roughly a 600 millimeter barrel, so 23.6 or so inches, and was a pretty robust design, and went into military service and production. So the standard version used by the Hungarian military had similar magazine layout, although it was a new bayonet, but a similar type of lug to the Steyr M95. And while they had a decent number of 35Ms, they still had plenty of older 31Ms that were used for border guard, second line, so both were very much in service when Hungary really got involved in affairs in 1938, 1939, and they were quite interested in regaining at least parts and pieces, or at least influence over Czechoslovakia, which itself had initially declared independence from the Austro-Hungarian Empire, towards the end of World War I, and this was solidified with the treaty system in 1919. Again, political machinations. We often want to simplify it as Germany bad, Germany invaded. And, okay, that's, fair, but is much more convoluted, and that's something I'm trying to drive home in this video, talking about the Treaty of Versailles. But it was not just Germany that had to pay reparations, lost territory, or was broken up in the case of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and this led to Hungary themselves really wanting to stake claim and establish a sphere of influence going east there. I mentioned that for a reason. But what about this rifle itself? Because this is a good one for this video, because this is not, strictly speaking, a 35M. This is a Gewehr 9840. Like I said, Hungary was an ally. FEG would begin producing guns under contract. And they were actually paid. This wasn't like a slave labor thing for Germany to supplement their K98s. So essentially they reworked this gun using German specifications to, at least in practical terms, function the same. For example, it was rechambered from an 8x56 rimmed to the 8x57 rimless round, or recessed rimmed, rebated rim, like a Mauser. It got this turn down bolt, which the under checkering and everything definitely reminds me of a K98A. And we have this double stack internal mag, complete with bolt hold open follower. And we have K98 style rear sights reworked for the new cartridge. And we have a K98K bayonet lug, similar clean rod, and similar front sight, even somewhat similar barrel bands, because we also have a very similar sling arrangement, especially that rear band, but the front too, a little different styling. Notice it has a full-length upper handguard. And it actually has a very German-style serial system with, running up to 10,000 and then cycling over, although chances are they actually started with for serial number A instead of just no prefix at all. Historians debate. Note the kind of flag-style safety, but the old Mannlicher-style cocking piece. Just a really interesting design. They went into production 1940-41, and they would actually build these for the German contract through 1944 when, well, the tides of war would change and Hungary would try to switch sides, and we'll get to that in a minute. But, yeah, they would build these, and typically you see the code JHV. That was the secret squirrel factory code given to FEG, although the code JUA also appears on some parts, and some even say complete guns were built by them. That was the Danuvia factory, which later go on to build AK receivers in the post-war era. And they both would have here's Waffen-Amps 56 and 173 respectively, because these were new built guns, kind of like I mentioned in the earlier part of this section, not, guns brought in to service. So they would get Waffen-Amps. And they were considered quite high quality. This is kind of interesting because FEG did not switch over to K98K production. They just modified their existing design, and they would still continue to produce the 35M for their own domestic use, at least until 1943. By which time, a new version was adopted in Hungary known as the 43M, and this was basically this rifle, but fitted for the Hungarian bayonet and for a Hungarian sling, but using the German-style bolt system. So you've got the 35M, the 9840, and the 43M. Those are the three major versions. And numbers for how many were produced for the German government range from around 138,000 to 140,000, give or take. And then when you get to the 43M, made 1943 through 45, they built around 90,000. In fact, they wanted to continue producing this gun in some variation after the war, but the Soviet taskmasters nixed that. And that's actually what happened to our next gun as well. Often known as the Femeru, this is the Pistol 37M. And this was Hungary's standard issue service sidearm before the war. They had been using the 19M, which was the Frommer Stop, just redesignated post-World War I. And while the Frommer Stop is a terribly cool and unique gun, it's very pre-World War I technology. This was much simplified. In fact, this was still designed by Frommer. It was his last design. He passed away right before it went into full production. The original prototype was the 29. It went into service as the 30M. Then they revised it a bit as the 37M. And those versions were primarily chambered for 9mm Kurs, 9x17, basically 380. They just felt for a service gun, with a roughly 4.5-inch barrel, a little less, and weighing about a pound and a half, really. It was fine. Simple blowback, single action only, exposed hammer. With the 37N update, they went to this kind of finger rest floor plate to effectively give a longer grip. They simplified production of the slide and what have you. Now, I don't have a 37M because one of the things that's kind of odd about my collection, I don't really do 380s. It's just something I started a long time ago, but luckily, almost every military gun in 380 can also be had in 32, including what we know as the Femeru here. This version, in 7.65 Browning, 32, was produced much like the Gewehr 9840 for Germany. Really right around the same time. This contract appeared in 1941, so just slightly after the rifle, and was primarily for the Luftwaffe, who needed simple, dependable, relatively small and lightweight service sidearms for their air crews and others. However, some did make it over to the Wehrmacht, the Heers. And so, yeah. Germany really wanted to unify pistol cartridges. I don't blame them. It would be, and if you weren't going to do 9x19 Parabellum, the next one down for just blowback guns, they wanted to be 7.65. So while some of the 9x17 380s did get into German service, when they started ordering brand new ones, they wanted it in their 32. And there we go. And shortly after production began, they also wanted a little thumb safety added. The original guns did not have a thumb safety. They simply relied on a grip safety. Hammer cocked, see? Can't pull the trigger. Press in, and trigger. But, again, for air crews especially, they wanted a manual safety, so they added a very 1911 style. Pretty cool vertical grips. 8-shot. I believe it might be a 7-shot. I think it's an 8-shot, though, mag lanyard. But yeah, these started coming out, and they're typically marked either JHV41 for the first contract year. That was 50,000. And then there was a second major contract, marked JHV43, for 35,000. So roughly 85,000 were officially built. However, more were assembled from parts in 1944-45 for Hungarian use, and you'll see intermix with 9 and 32 calibers. But yeah, the majority of these were for Germany, Luftwaffe, and were customized to their standards. And I think that's why these are both very interesting guns. And this is a cool little pistol. At first you want to think it's just another blowback gun, and I suppose it is, but Frommer had a very unique way of doing things. His aesthetics were very, very different. By the way, heel mag release. So those are some of the Hungarian guns, one way or the other, that came into service. Like I said, politically, things would change in 1944. After being rather staunch in the Axis camp, including with Italy. By that point, the war is going differently, different powers in Hungary, and I'm greatly simplifying. Anyway, secret talks were opened up with the Allies in 1944 to try to switch sides or at least become neutral. Well, Germany got wind of this, and essentially Hungary would be occupied for the last little bit of the war and would be a battleground, and this is how the Soviets rolled in, and, they were dominated and became communist post-war. So Austria would essentially, after a bit of struggle back and forth, go to the west. I know it was originally supposed to be split 4 ways, just like in Germany, but different things. And Hungary would go to the east. Again, greatly simplifying. But they definitely played an important and interesting part in this whole story. So who to talk about next? Well, it seems clear. I mentioned Czechoslovakia when discussing Hungary. And, World War II in an alternative universe could have been declared over that nation instead of, Poland. Oh boy, the Czechoslovakian situation. Let's talk about their Mauser production before we get into it, because these are my 2 relevant guns, the VZ-24 and the VZ-27. After World War I, the Czechs would end up what was the old Skolda factory. This would end up with Bruno or Brun, depending on German or Czech. And their first major model was the 9822, which is a long rifle, essentially with the flat sights. This would directly lead to the VZ-23, which is one of their attempts at copying the Kar98A, which would lead directly to this version, the VZ-24, which was a slightly updated and modernized version with the slightly longer barrel. And yes, this is pretty much exactly what influenced the K98K. It has a slightly shorter barrel, just under 23.5 inches, and has a full-length handguard, different sling arrangements. But overall, it's the same thing, 8x57 in this case, box magazine based on the large ring Gewehr 98. The Brno factory was privatized to make international sales easier, and since Weimar Republic was really limited in what it could do, this let the VZ-24 and Czechoslovakia become the largest maker of brand new Mausers and biggest sales of this period. Although a very close rival was FNH in Belgium with their own, quote, M24. But the VZ-24 did very well. Contracts were out by 1926, and between that time and 1937, they built over 750,000, which is a very large number considering all things. And These went to some very interesting nations. Flipping it over, you note the straight bolt handle. That's just something they still had. Again, the full-length upper handguard. The barrel bands retained with a screw, kind of belying how it connects to the K98A a little bit. Pretty well standard. Bayonet lug. Very unique open-top front sight protector. Unique guns. And since these were built for different customers, variations would differ. Of course, the Czechs themselves would adopt this as their standard issue, and their guns will have their lion crest on them. But quite a few would be sold to South America in 7mm, where they were very popular. This would also lead directly to the Persian Mauser, because Persia, Iran today, would purchase these, and then since they weren't able to fulfill their large contract by the time of the Germans, this would lead to production, yada yada. Kind of also important, China would purchase nearly 200,000, and this is important for our Axis story because quite a large number of these would fall into Japanese hands, which after, again, Czechoslovakia fell into German hands, this would actually lead to the Japanese Navy, who was always needing long arms, purchasing 40 or 50,000 directly from Brun themselves. Yugoslavia also purchased large numbers. That's kind of interesting because they also had the Belgian M24. So you have an interesting situation of two 24 Mausers, but actually with different receiver lengths. Yeah, this is why the whole Yugo M2447, 2452 situation exists. Romania had actually been interested in this exact model since the late 20s, but it would not be until they joined the Axis powers around 1941 that they would gain access to these in large quantities. They would remain in the Axis until 44, by which time they had over 400,000 various Mausers, and this is why a lot of surplus VZ-24s have Romanian markings. But we're mostly interested in Germany, and in this part, Czechoslovakia. And yes, Britain and France in another world could have gone to war over Czechoslovakia. Beginning in early 38, essentially Hitler started his campaign to take over. There's a reason that Austria was the first in the Anschluss, because Hitler was really saying he wanted to unify all German-speaking people, ethnic Germans. Obviously Austria, yeah, I mean he's from there, so yeah. But Czechoslovakia had quite a few German speakers, ethnic Germans, especially in the Sudetenland. That goes back to the breakup of the Austro-Hungarian Empire and the breakup of the whole German Empire. So, yes, the Sudetenland was the flashpoint. But it wasn't the only point. There were other parties that would get interested. So these would enter negotiations. The problem was Britain, especially, was not prepared for war. This is the whole Neville Chamberlain thing. And so appeasement was tried. This would lead to four powers. This would be Britain, France, and Italy meeting with Germany. Note that Czechoslovakia wasn't even in the meetings in September of that year. That was actually one of Hitler's terms, and this is where it's considered that the Allies betrayed Czechoslovakia. To be fair, and I'm just trying to be fair, the Czechs were not angels. They didn't deserve what they got, but there were some legitimate cases of discrimination, not just against Germans. In fact, Poland themselves annexed small chunks of Czechoslovakia to, quote-unquote, protect ethnic Poles. Hungary was also interested in chunks of the place. Basically, it was falling apart. Everyone was nibbling at Czechoslovakia, and that's actually the president would abdicate, and it would just fall apart. And, of course, Germany would first take the Sudetenland as part of the agreements. Neville Chamberlain, peace in our time, peace for our time, that whole infamous thing. But that was just appeasement, so not long. We get to 1939, and Czechoslovakia essentially no longer exists. It's broken apart. Everyone's taken a piece, and Germany got the lion's share. And it just so happens that the Sudetenland had quite a bit of natural resources. I'm sure it was all about the ethnic Germans and not about, like, the iron, coal, weapons factories. Yeah, I'm sure that was in no way. Basically, this helped fuel Germany's war machine because Hitler had been planning for war as early as 1938, but he wanted to put off conflict and basically gaslight the Allies as long as he could, and over Czechoslovakia it worked, so he ended up with the Brno factory, and of course production of not just rifles, pistols, but tanks and artillery pieces and all kinds of stuff. But as far as the VZ-24, the Germans took a look at this and told them, hey, keep building them. So this was designated as the Gewehr G43T, which is T for Czechoslovakia. And at first, it was almost identical. They did soon alter it to take a German sling and just a few other little things. But as production would go on into 40, 41, you start to see cut butt plates. They go from hardwood to laminate wood. There's a kind of a transitional period. And then in 42, Germany said, you know what? Just quit making the VZ-24 and make K98Ks. So by 43, the Brno factory, also the Bystrica factory, would be producing Czech K98Ks. And this is why when you look at surplus guns today, a lot of them have Czech production codes. That was a major factory. Of course, there's also the Spreewerk factory in Czechoslovakia. Again, arms production. Outside of Germany, Czechoslovakia, that occupied land, was very important for them in resources and terms. And back to Romania, since they were allied with Germany, they got a sweet deal. Essentially, Czechoslovakia was strong-armed into making guns for them. And so while some went to the Wehrmacht, some would go to their Romanian allies. The point is, a lot of these were around in South America, in the Middle East, in the Far East, and of course throughout Europe. And of course a lot of them ended up in Russia. In fact, Russia bought some before the war to send to Republican Spain. So they went over there and they fought in that civil war with Franco, well, against Franco. But then they got seized. And yeah, the VZ-24 is a great gun. And actually, my first 8mm Mauser was a VZ-24, not this one. And no matter which one you get, there's just so much history here. So you can get one of these and put it in your collection, and it's a good representative piece for something that everyone used. So if you can't tell, I think quite a bit about the VZ-24. And the actions on these are so smooth. And all kinds of really cool crests. Anyway, I'll shut up about that and talk about its little brother. Mauser production in Czechoslovakia was started after World War I with quite a bit of assistance in working with Mauser and other Germans. Really, that area before didn't produce small arms. The other things, it was mining area and natural resources. But after the war in the 1920s, you see a close relationship, including with our VZ-27. This started off with Joseph Nickel, who designed that Mauser 1914 we looked at. Well, the Czechs had a new army, and they needed to arm it, and he was contracted with Brno, well, the Czech government, and he was established at Brno to develop a small arm. And this would be the original VZ-22, and essentially it was very much like an updated 1914, but he took inspiration from that Steyr Hahn we looked at earlier and gave it a rotating barrel. But it wasn't a full power gun as we would think of it today. No, the 22 was in 380 again, 9mm Kurz. We will see this more than once. Brno tried making these. They didn't do a lot of 22s. They just really found that it wasn't well suited to their design. And as the 24 rolled around, they decided just to dedicate themselves to it. So the next step in Czechoslovakia, the 22 was simplified a bit into the VZ-24, and that was adopted by the Czech military as a standard issue sidearm, still in 9mm Kurz, still with the rotating barrel. But manufacturing would transfer to, well, what we know today as CZ. Back then it was the factory at Strakonis, but they would adopt the CZ logo very early on, and of course Brno ZB would be another one, and so we start to see the evolution. Now the 24 would be built in much larger numbers, somewhere between 200 and 250,000, but it was frankly overdone for just 380, and so that would lead to the 27. This was a simple blowback gun. It was lighter and much cheaper, and frankly, more reliable, just a better little gun. And of course, it was chambered for 7.65. And hey, if the cartridge is good enough for James Bond, it's good enough for you. Even though this was originally kind of made for export and for the police and others, it ended up being very popular. And so the military definitely gets some. It's still a single action only. Has a pretty unique safety system, we know. I put the hammer on, sorry. Press down, and then button to release. One interesting technology that CZ introduced for this was stamped components, which was pretty forward-thinking for the 20s and 30s. Heel-mounted mag release, wrap-around Bakelite grip, about a 4-inch barrel. It is a very conventional gun in a lot of ways, but you can see Joseph Nichols' imprint on the frame. It's one reason I have it, aside from just I like CZ stuff. This is kind of a missing link in Mauser handgun design. So these would be purchased by quite a few nations, and other nations would be interested, including Poland, although they ultimately wouldn't get a lot of these. They would go a different direction. But of course, this was there at the CZ factory, Strakonis, when Germany, in the German invasion was the typical camel nose under the tent flap. It started in October of 38 with the resigning of the president and coming in, taking the Sudetenland. But by March, April of 39, essentially Czechoslovakia was nibbled away at completely. And they kept this little gun in production, designating it as the Pistol 27T. And the vast majority of VZ-27s are actually made under German occupation, with Wehrmacht stamps and a secret factory code, which confuses people, understandably. And by that I mean the CZ factory's code was FNH. Yeah, you can understand. And it's not so confusing when you see a pistol like this, but the problem is they also made components for example, the P38, and so you'll see FNH marked slides, barrels, locking blocks, what have you. I don't blame people for being confused. Oh well. Of course, they had their own Waffen-Amps. Yeah, they would build over 600,000 VZ-27s. This is also one of the few guns that was actually kept in production, not to mention service, after World War II. And of those, around 450,000 were made under German occupation from 39 to 1945. And while not many of the Pistol 27s would go directly to the Wehrmacht, some would go to the Luftwaffe, some to the Waffen-SS, others would be sold to police, because this was originally meant to be more of a police pistol, and German allies. So, yeah, they found a place for them. It was well suited because it was in their preferred caliber, and this is a good feeling little gun. And just like with the VZ-24, they both have German roots, so it was a good fit. So the war was not kicked off when Germany went into Czechoslovakia, but of course this was just delaying actions, which is exactly what Hitler wanted. Every month that went by let him better prepare his war machine, and things would hit a boiling point when he finally went into Poland at the beginning of September of that same year. And of course, Polish guns would meet a similar fate to the ones we've already talked about. September 1st, 1939. Time's up. And this is, by most everyone's account, the official start of World War II. Some might put a little earlier with Japanese activity in East Asia. Some might wait till December 7, 1941 to say it wasn't a true World War until North America was involved. It doesn't matter. Germany goes too far, invades Poland, and Britain and France have no choice but to declare war, even if they're not ready. Of course, we do get to the Sitzkrieg, but that's a whole other thing. So yes, and of course Poland was invaded in two ways. Yes, Germany came from the west. The Soviet Union, the Bolsheviks, the Communists came from the east. And here it was, just trying to survive, much like with Czechoslovakia. Didn't really exist until the end of World War I. Although Poland was officially considered one of the allies, the victorious powers at the end of the World War I, even though the nation state didn't even exist. It's kind of a funny story, it doesn't matter. What it leads to is, for a brief time, that a young nation uses a lot of guns, namely French, but soon they settle on Mausers. And they don't just want to pick up surplus Mausers, although they do that quite a bit, they want to produce them. And this leads them to turning to the old Danzig arsenal in Germany. And that gets us back all the way to the Treaty of Versailles and the Weimar Republic, because all the old state arsenals, they're kaputs, they're gone by the treaty. Private companies are under severe restrictions, like DWM, soon to be Mauser, and what have you, but arsenals like Erfurt, Spandau, they're gone. So they can't build for Poland. What the Allied Commission ends up doing is essentially dismantling the old Danzig arsenal and giving the things to Poland. And this leads to manufacturing being set up in Warsaw. We'll also soon see Smallarms manufacturing set up in, well, the city of Radom, which we still know today by Fabryka Brony. So we have two major facilities there that will be built up in the 1920s. And they do start making Gewehr 98s under the designation WZ. That's essentially Polish. VZ is Czech. This designation's model, type, whatever. And they do lots of variations. They did do a Kar 98A, which is pretty cool because the old Danzig arsenal had the tooling and the prints for them. And I did once own a Polish K98K, A, but had to sell it when I got my German one. Can't keep everything. But they're cool, they're slightly different. This would lead to several variations, but ultimately they would have the WZ98 and then the WZ29. They would do long rifles, short rifles, technically carbines, and they were pretty much standardized on the Mauser by the 1930s and the time of the invasion. Just saying all that because quite a few Polish-made Mausers would fall in the German hands, but these were already produced guns. But what about this pistol? While the P35 is not particularly innovative or unique or technology pushing, it was one of the most interesting and innovative little guns of its day and time, and just a very solid thing. Now, I mentioned earlier that Poland actually looked at that VZ24, VZ27 design out of Czechoslovakia, but instead they wanted to go domestic. Now, they had that Danzig tooling, and it was pretty much shared between Warsaw and Radom, the two factories there. But they started to have designers. Anyway, long story short, after about 5 years, they test this out. And it was adopted in 1936, and it was just going into production in use by the Polish army, starting off with cavalry, and then some of the airborne would get it. And the first batches were just getting delivered, and then the Germans came. Under 50,000 had been delivered. And this is one of those examples where the Waffen-Amps actually lower the value. Not because of them being there, just showing what it is. Only, 49, 50,000 of these guns are so-called Polish Eagles before, the Germans come in and they shut down production at FB Radom. After Poland is essentially mollified and, occupied, oppressed, Germany actually gets officials at Steyr to come over and take a look at what they found, and they end up kind of being supervisors of FB Radom, the occupied factory. They actually even repurpose some of the old Danzig tooling and bring it back to Austria, and this is where Austrian Kar 98K production kind of jumps off, and there's a weird Polish thing. It doesn't matter for Mausers, but yeah, it continues. But it doesn't really continue in Poland as such. It moves to Austria. These pistols aren't built for a while. Of course, some of the 50,000 that were in the Polish military get repurposed, and Germany kind of likes them. So in 1941, as the war's really heating up after Russia, they decide to begin production again at the occupied FB Radom factory. And the first couple of thousand, 2,000, 3,000, are essentially assembled from leftover existing parts to get the workers trained or retrained, and so these are often kind of messy or mismatched. Then you get to full German production guns, and the Waffen is number 77 here, and again, these were done under the auspices of Steyr. This is a second variation. The first variation has the stock slot. This one doesn't, but it is the 3-lever design with the takedown lever. The third variation, they would delete the takedown lever, so it's a 2 control instead of 3. And the fourth variation is a late war. Early on, we had a very high polished blue. This is more of the military blue. In reality, I'm sure you know that when you see matte blue versus polished blue, it has more to do with the metal under the bluing than the bluing itself, although the care with which the bluing is applied also matters. So this is a solid wartime, although relatively early production gun. And then later on, phosphating is a thing. Steyr was really big into phosphating, as was Germany, and they would go from synthetic Bakelite type grips to wood. The early wood grips still have the markings. The late wood grips are basically made from packing crates. Really, not really, sort of, kind of. This is a 9x19 gun, parabellum, so it is a lock breech, very much inspired by Browning. Single action only, decocker only, kind of interesting. Again, cavalry use. It's a unique little gun, about a 4 3/4 barrel, about 8 inches overall. It's not particularly light, but it is robust and well made. And the the Germans, I've been talking for a while, like them. They first tried out the P35P in North Africa, mostly captured guns, because they didn't have enough sidearms. This is when P38 production is still ramping up. They worked well in the desert, the simplicity, durability. So this is one reason they were ramped up. And from there, they get issued to the Luftwaffe, who's always needing gun, but mostly go to the Wehrmacht. And these are being produced under occupation conditions, essentially next to slave labor. To that end, they actually try to split up production. For example, the barrels were outsourced to Warsaw, and when parts were still getting out and the partisans were still kind of putting these together in basements and underground garages, they would outsource further to Austria. So they did their best, but the Poles, not liking this whole occupation thing, fought back in the best ways they could, and I greatly admire them for that. Towards the end, 1944, pretty much all production was moved to Austria by Steyr because the Germans were getting closer and the resistance within Poland was getting stronger. Now, I said 50,000 or so, not quite, were built before the war. They built between 350 and 400,000 of these total. A handful have been built as replicas in the modern era, so let's discount 10 or 20,000. So 300 to 350 were built under German occupation. Well, let's see, 330. Either way, you get the idea. The bulk, the very much bulk, are German. So the valuable P35s, or VIS 35, or WIST 35, are that. The early ones, the Eagle guns, are worth quite a bit. And the very late ones, the ones assembled by Steyr with the simple wood grips and phosphate finish, are worth a bit. And today, even these kind of just mid-production ones are worth a lot. When I picked this up, this wasn't a particularly valuable gun. They were well respected, but, you know, again, not particularly valuable. Certainly cheaper than a Luger or even a P38. That's why I have it. It's just a good, solid example. There were efforts to start production after the war, but since Poland was under Soviet occupation, we think of Poland being liberated. Truth is, only half of the invaders were kicked out, and starts a whole thing and really explains why the Polish value freedom and democracy and what have you. Again, I have quite a bit of admiration for those people. But yeah, the VIS 35, WIST 35, P35, P35P, cool, unique gun, and it definitely saw German use and around, but with roughly 300,000 available, it wasn't going to make a huge dent in the war. But with that said, the war is on. the Blitzkrieg is on. Using lots of amphetamines for the Germans is on. So who's the next target? Well, kind of repeating what happened in the First World War. Your time has come, Belgium. Yeah, after the invasion of Poland in the winter 39-40, things would slow down. Like I said, there was what's known as the Sitzkrieg, but very temporary. They would get ready, and then the spring of 1940 launch the next wave. And this would be with the Low Countries, Belgium, Luxembourg, Netherlands. And the invasion of Belgium would start on May 10. By May 20, the FN factory was captured, and just a week later, Belgium would be forced to surrender yet again. Just like in World War I, the Germans went through. And here are two German occupation-produced guns, FN 1922, FN High Power. Very cool guns. The 1922 was created originally in the 1920s for a Yugoslavian contract. It was essentially a militarized version of the 1910, longer barrel. Actually, it's about a 4.5-inch barrel, and a longer grip and higher magazine capacity. Originally, it was made in 9mm Kurs, but not long after that, for Yugoslavia, they would make the 32, the 7.65 version, which would have a 10-round capacity, including the extra mag. Ironically, the French Navy would actually purchase some of these long before the war, and this would be FN's first attempt at their now famous paint over phosphate finish. These still have plastic grips back in the day. And it was a pretty popular little item. And it's no wonder that the Germans would put these into production. It fit into their chain of supply very well, but of course they preferred the 32 version, although some of the 9mm, a lot of the Yugoslavian contract guns towards the end were rerouted towards the German supply chains. And these were back in production by 1940, 1941. And they would actually build more of these for the Germans than any other single gun, not quite 400,000. And then we have the High Power. Often credited to John Moses Browning in his final design. Of course, he passed away nearly a decade before this went into production. It was Saiv that really got it to the home, although, Browning did work early on. This now famous double-stack, single-feed 13-shot mag was first designed using earlier Browning things in 1930, 1931, and in modified form is still used by a lot of handguns today. The pistol itself is more conventional, and it was designed in 1934 for a French trials for their new service sidearm, so a lot of its features are really because of that. For example, it's pretty compact with the barrel, not much longer than the 22. It's about 4 3/4 because the French wanted a compact, simple gun. It's also not too heavy, and the larger capacities because the French wanted at least 10 rounds in the mag. More better. They also specified, stopping power as we'd think of it. So this is why it's chambered for 9x19 parabellum as opposed to, 9mm Kurs or 7.65. And the reason the trigger is not fantastic, even though it's a single action, is because the French wanted a magazine disconnect safety. So that stuck around. And of course, most pre-war versions had adjustable tangent sights and a stock slot. Those are features deleted in World War II to speed things up. So yeah, this was designed for a French trial. The French never adopted it, but the Belgian military did in 1935, and they were just starting to receive these, kind of a similar situation to what we saw in Poland, but they even had fewer, only about 35,000. And I think the last major contract FN was able to fulfill, or at least mostly fulfill before the Germans, was about a 2,500-piece contract for the Finnish Air Force. Ironically, Finland was an ally of the Nazis, essentially part of the Axis, but it wasn't because the Finns were evil. It was because it was the, enemy of my enemy is my friend, but I digress. So the initial Waffenamt for this factory, the FN factory, which was very much occupied and forced to do things, was 613. This would soon change to 103, and the code that you most often see, just because it was kind of at the height of production, 4243, is 140. And these pistols have a few designations. I kind of forget. This is when they start to kind of get strange. Like this is, I think, pistol 626. You can look it up online. I'm not going to do that for this video because I'm just trying to give a brief overview. But they both saw service. These would often go to the Luftwaffe, just because, again, simple, pretty light, and 10 rounds total with a 4.5-inch barrel meant that it was maximizing the potential of 32. The high power was never a standard in the Wehrmacht or Germany, but the Waffen-SS acquired large numbers of these, and the paratroopers often use these as their sidearm alongside their FG42s. So those are kind of the major users, police and everything else, private purchase. And, of course, the original synthetic grip high polish guns would give way to rougher bluing, and then the wood grips would appear around 42, in that time frame, as simplifications. And even though you see more tool marks and kind of rougher fitting of slide and frame, they're still very functional, durable guns. But, of course, the FN workers weren't exactly thrilled to be doing this, but they had no choice. And so, 43 was peak production in Belgium, and then the country saw liberation shortly after D-Day, September of 1944. And both of these guns would go on after the war, not just to see huge production numbers, but to see continuing success. Ironically, again, both in France, USA, elsewhere, so they didn't stifle their spirit, but yeah. Typically, if you find a European high power, it's going to be German occupation or post-war. And if you find a 32 version, it'll probably be German. If you find a 380, it could be Yugo. But as I said earlier, I don't really do 380s in my own personal collection. Ironically, both are heavily Browning-influenced designs. So, we've rolled through the Low Countries. Bet you can't guess what's next. Finally, we come to France. Probably the most famous and most talked about occupation. Although, to be fair, it wasn't a strictly 100% of the country, at least in the beginning, occupation. There was Vichy, and then there was occupied, and it's a thing that goes back and forth. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time because, like I said, this is more famous. I've been wanting to highlight things. But after the Treaty of Versailles and after France was kind of the one pushing for stricter and not really flexing with Germany. Yeah, they had it. I don't say they had it coming. That's not right. But there was some animosity there. So, yeah. And the same situation we've seen before happens again. Redesignation and in some cases production. Let's begin here with this little guy, the MAB Model D. Now, the Model C, its predecessor, was more of a self-defense gun. It was smaller, more compact, kind of like the FN 1910. This is like the FN 1922. The same deal, kind of derived from Browning's system. Striker fired, grip, a little bit different safety placement, longer mag, what have you. Lanyard. But yeah, this variant was designed for military and police use, and that happened. Before the war, French military and police absolutely used this version. And it was kept in production after the Germans occupied that region in the summer of 1940. And German-produced versions would get Waffen-Amp. There are fakes out there, but it's pretty easy to at least knock some out. This is a Type 1 with the button on the underside of the barrel to take it apart. It's not that all Type 1s will be German production. However, if it's a Type 2 with just the more, it's called a bayonet lug style, those were not introduced until after the occupation was over. So if it's a Type 2 with Waffen-Amps, 99.9999% chance, because 100% is not really a thing, it's a fake. moving right along, remember I mentioned the trials that the high powers made for but lost out. Yeah, 1935, France wanted a new service sidearm. And this is what they eventually went with, the SACM, S-A-C-M, 1935A. Although its runner-up, the MAS, or later known as MAC, MAC, 1935S, would also go into production. And these were not chambered for 9mm, but they also were not chambered for standard 7.65 Browning. They were in that 7.65 long cartridge. Yeah, which makes them very difficult to shoot today, which is a shame because this is a Charles Petter design, the A is, and that design would go on as the basis for the SIG P210. So if these actually shot a more available round, they might have a higher price tag on the market, but also more respect. But the cartridge has never been particularly available because it was unique to France, and it was only adopted right before World War II and would go out of service soon after. Anyway, these were accepted in 1937, but they had some production issues, so they really weren't getting production going until the end of 1939. You're going to see that a lot. A lot of nations knew war was coming, but it came sooner than many expected, and this is it. In fact, fewer than 11,000 Model A's had been delivered by the invasion, the spring of 1940. In fact, things were kind of sluggish and going on that the Model S here was made a substitute standard, and a little under 5,000 had been delivered by the same time period. So not many of either, meaning that they really didn't make a major dent at all in the war. It's a whole thing. But the Germans would keep this in production. They would occupy the factory, and they would designate this as the Pistol 625F. F again for France. The first Waffen-Amp used was 655. Later, the number code would be changed to 251. And they would produce these in relatively small numbers from 1940, 41 through 1944 in Liberation. And this is one of the times when German guns are slightly less common than French ones. Even though many were not made before the invasion, they were continued in production afterwards for the Free French. Of the roughly 85,000 built, about 24,000 were legitimately Waffen-Amp marked, but that tiny number pre as well. So, yeah. And these can have a few different finishes and things. The lanyard was actually added for police use later. Whatever. However, if you end up with a Model 35S with Waffen-Amps, it's a fake. You might suspect that, yeah, these were put into production too, but the plans, the drawings were either hidden or Germans never really looked for them, whatever. So they never produced the 35S at MAS Saint Etienne during the occupation. Now, the Saint Etienne factory was definitely occupied. We talked about the Gewehr 43s. They were convinced to make receivers, machined receivers for them. But, yeah, these were made in small numbers before the war, put into production right after the war. Then manufacturing was transferred to Mac, and they were built into the 50s and used. It's a different gun, although very, very similar because same trials, and in some ways it's a better gun. But yeah, if you have one of these and it's got Waffen-Amps, those are not real Waffen-Amps. It's a real gun, maybe, if it's not airsoft, but not real Waffen-Amps. And there were other 32 caliber and whatnot guns that the Germans used and even produced. One that comes to mind is the Unique 17. I just don't happen to have one. I've had them in the past, and 32s are cool, but you can go crazy trying to get them all. So, with that, what about rifles? To the Germans, this was the Gewehr 242F. To me, it's just one of the most emotionally important guns in my collection, and a legitimate bringback. The MAS 36. This is one of the very final, truly new designs adopted by a major power. We're not going to go into its features, but it is not just a copy. It's a short rifle, spike bayonet, and it fired what was, for France at the time, a new 7.5 by 54 cartridge They had been wanting to replace the old 8x50 rimmed Lebel cartridge for a very long time, but it just wasn't happening for them. Finally, after trials, this was in production, and since it was a pretty straightforward design, they were able to have a few tens of thousands available in 1940. Therefore, the ammunition and the rifles were available for the Germans. So with occupation, they captured some and assembled some from parts. I'm not entirely sure about straight up just German production, but they definitely had them and reissued them, at least for troops within France. These were mostly reissued, given out to police forces, garrison troops, guard troops within France, Germans maybe, or others, allies like the Vichy. And I think the reason it didn't go any further, and they probably didn't really push to build a ton of these, it was a non-standard everything for them. It was a really good rifle, but non-standard for them. But yeah, the MAS-36 served before, during, and after World War II. In fact, variants of this would serve into the 70s and in some niche applications into the 80s. And it might seem strange that this was a bolt action being adopted the same year that the US went to the M1 Grand and Russia went to the AVS-36, but it was actually part of a plan. And France wasn't completely stupid. They knew that a bolt action could be put into production quite quickly, and that proved true. They also were reworking light machine guns for the cartridge. In fact, it started off as a light machine gun cartridge, but they had a plan for another rifle, a self-loader. In fact, it was almost ready. Now, France did have the Model 1917 in World War I, followed by the improved Model 1918, and they actually built 85,000 of those. So they had pioneered 2 decades before the self-loading infantry rifle. They weren't behind. But budget cuts in the 20s and 30s, it wasn't until war became more and more apparent in the 30s that the program was put back on track. There were prototypes. Most notably, we had the model MAS-3839, which went through trials, and that led to the MAS-40, the model 1940. It was just completing its trials and whatnot in March of that year, and probably would have gone into full production. They had a few kind of pre-production models, and then the Germans. And I guess luckily for everyone, the Germans either didn't know about or weren't not interested in this gun. Keep in mind, in 1940, they really didn't have even a decent, not to mention good, self-loading rifle. And this was a very good and cost-effective version. Now, this is not an MAS-40, this is an MAS-44 put into production at the end of World War II. The only big difference, this has a detaching 10-round mag, and the original 40 used a magazine like the 36. It was internal stripper clip fed, because the idea was these could share parts, stocks, forearms, magazine parts originally. This is an improvement. So the idea was pretty solid, and the fact that they were able to actually start making these by 1945, just a few short months after liberation, really puts pay to that. And this is a great design. It has a tilting bolt. It is a true direct gas impingement system. Very robust receiver. Yeah, I'm not saying it would have changed the outcome of the war, but I think everyone's lucky the Germans didn't cotton on to this. Because arguably, in 1939-1940, the best infantry self-loading design was in France. Keep in mind, at this point, the M1 Grand was still a gas trap. Even after it went to a gas piston gun, I might argue this was better. If nothing else, it was simpler, and obviously it uses the detaching mag. That was an easy conversion. But they didn't, so whatnot. But the French did put these in production for their Navy, and they were deployed in the Pacific because after liberation they would send forces over to support American, Australian, and other allies fighting the Japanese. But yeah, the Germans obviously used French factories to produce lots of parts and some guns, although really it seems to be pistols because they were more or less a standard thing and they could go anywhere. And the usual suspects would get them, whoever just didn't have them. The Wehrmacht was still kind of officially in charge of a lot of procurement, but things would get rocky by 1943-44 with Vichy France and kind of go sideways. So that was the big one. That's the big kind of occupation. But before we wrap this up and get back to late war German production itself, we have a couple of allies to mention, kind of like how Hungary was supplying them. Although, just like Hungary, yeah, there was some maybe side switching and fence sitting too. Moving west in Europe, past France, Spain. We haven't really talked too much about the Spanish Civil War, but it was actually very, very important for World War II, and some even consider it kind of a dress rehearsal because you had Stalin's communist Russia supporting the Republicans, and you had Hitler's fascist Germany supporting, well, the fascists, the nationalists, and of course, Franco, the nationalists, won, and therefore Hitler backed the right horse. And there were a lot of early guns, tanks, and everything tried out there. Either way, Hitler and Franco were friendly, but the Spanish were trying to kind of keep out of the war for at least some parts. Yeah, but in 1941, they would send about 6,000 Astra Model 400s over to help out, see how the Germans like them, and some 300s too. This is an interesting gun because it's a direct blowback, but it's a full power. This is 9mm Largo, so actually a larger round than 9x19. And they actually had to give Germany quite large stocks of the Largo because, while this will shoot 9x19, it's not good for it. In fact, there was a myth in the day that these could shoot both safely, and even I fell victim to it 20 years ago. But it did show them it was a robust pistol, if not always the easiest to charge, and this is pretty heavy. Pretty long snout on this jobber, about 6 inches. So what happened, Germany sent over a couple of officials to the Astra factory in Spain, and they helped develop a German-specific version that we have here, known as the Astra 600. It's a little bit scaled down. It's about a 5 1/4 barrel. It has the so-called Navy-style grip mag with the mag catch on the side instead of the bottom. But the biggest deal is this was rechambered for 9x19 Parabellum. They were marked on the barrel Par 08 for Parabellum 1908. And in 1943, they made 50 or so, sent them over to Germany for testing by the government, and they were very quickly approved, and an order was placed for around 40,000. And even before the first production guns were delivered, this was up to 60,000, because now we're into 1944. They need guns. These were high enough quality. They were simple. And the Spanish really wanted to impress the Germans. So they made very good quality, nice bluing. They looked nice. And the Germans returned the favor by not really redesignating this. They called this the Pistol Astra 600/43, again for the year. Really kind of showing Spain an honor there. And, you know, birds of a fascist feather stick together, I suppose. In addition to just being a good pistol for them and their caliber, they were going to deliver these overland kind of through the mountains in between Spain and France because it was still occupied France. So, you know, easy supply chain. But only one major batch made it through. And then the D-Day invasions happened. And, well, they were actually very close to the border crossing area, and then they were quickly gone. So only about 10,500 Astra 600s made it to Germany. Okay, why am I even really mentioning it? Because the following story is just kind of funny. Spain, being a little shrewd, kind of probably seeing where the war was going, insisted on at least partial payment before they started producing this specific gun. Now, the order was quickly up to 60,000. Of those, about 40,000 were actually prepaid for. So Astra would build them 100% to contract. But after the first 10,000 or so, they couldn't deliver them. So what are they to do? They kept on making them, with the final ones coming off the production line in 1945. And they just kind of put them in storage. And there they sit. Now, they did actually build nearly the full 60,000, so some weren't paid for. And those they would sell off a few thousand. The Spanish government took a handful. They'd sold off, I think, some to Portugal, who had also been buying from Germany. But they considered around 32,000 to have been paid for but not delivered. And so they just sat there. And then West Germany established the the border guard before the Bundeswehr, and they needed a pistol. And this would become the P3, the Pistol 3 in West Germany. However, Spain made them pay twice for them. And it kind of put West Germany in position because Spain's thing was, well, those were paid for by a former government, a different government. You're not the Third Reich, are you? And of course, West Germany said no. Anyway, they paid for them. And it was one of the earliest guns used by the border guard. It was also approved by the police services and would serve there. And they would acquire around 45,000 in total, give or take. And once the Bundeswehr was established, 1955-56, P3s would really make up nearly half of their first issue sidearms. Some reissued P38s for the others. This is while the newer P1 was made ready. So it was an interim solution, a temporary solution. In fact, by the early 60s, they were pretty much pulled out of service everywhere. But in the 50s, they served in West Germany quite a bit. And Spain actually got to sell them twice. They were high-quality guns, though. I just think that's quite interesting. Of course, I shouldn't mention that Spain and Germany had a relationship going all the way back to like the Mauser 1893. And in World War II, Spain produced a close copy or version of the large ring 98 as the model 1943. But I digress. Everyone choosing Mausers. With that, I believe we're down to our final Axis ally. Really, a founding member. Along with, of course, Germany and Japan, Italy was the other major member of the Axis powers, at least, sort of. So, yeah, of course, in World War I, they would ultimately end up on the side of the Allies. And really, even after Germany started World War II, Mussolini, fascist as he was, role model for Hitler as he was, as much as Hitler kind of even liked him, Italy tried to stay out for a little while. But by 1941, they were getting more and more involved. Of course, they had their rather desperate campaign in North Africa, Ethiopia, earlier than that, too. Either way, yeah, it's a thing. But of course, even that wouldn't last because the non-Mussolinis in Italy would approach the Allies and sign a peace accord with them in September of 43. But the Germans essentially had control of half the country, so you effectively had a civil war going on, and Mussolini ended up pretty much as a puppet of Hitler, although kept in a gilded cage. So, yeah, Italian guns definitely entered into German service. So let's begin with kind of the most straightforward, simple. The model 1935. Two examples. I should probably have a 34, but again, I don't really do 380s. Just my thing, and these are the same guns. Before this, in the 1920s and early 30s, Italian military, Air Force, Army, Navy, they had over half a dozen guns currently in service, plus older ones still around like the Bodio and whatnot. This was a unified attempt with the 1934 model of Beretta. They settled on a new 9mm Corto. Don't get excited, it was just 380 cartridge. But to be fair, before that, they were using 9x19. No, not Parabellum. 9x19 Glycinti. So, I'm going to be honest, they weren't really losing anything. 380 was fine. That's the 34, and it was used by the Army primarily. But the Air Force and the Navy, well, they had plenty of stocks of 7.65. They've been using it in previous models. So they adopted the Model 1935 here. And so Beretta was making both. And this was actually a very solid little gun. Single action only, not flashy, but it got the job done. Heel-mounted mag release. Actually, these grips are quite nice. They're synthetic, but they have metal backing. They're very durable. This is obviously a later production one. Although, interestingly, these would stay in Beretta's catalog after the war as the Puma. But I digress. They would make quite a few for both calibers and types and sizes. And not really much to say about the gun. It's typical Beretta quality. Has their open top slide. Just a good sturdy little gun. It tried to be a full-size gun, but it was fine. It was fine. Everything's fine. We're all fine here. So Germans get involved, and for a while they work with them, and they would produce both versions. Actually, Romania bought some, and Finland purchased a couple of small orders, 41, 43 in that time period, so Allies went. I believe the German designation was the pistol 791, I don't know, 7, yeah, whatever. You get the idea. You can look it up. You get it. And the Waffen-Amp code was 162 for most of the war anyway. Although a few different codes were used, especially after 43. And speaking of 43, late that year, the Germans, who were pretty much in charge because the Beretta factory was in the fascist zone, said, you know what, we're tired of the 1934. We want to standardize, so stop making those and just focus on the 35. So we have an interesting situation where, in absolute terms, over 1 million 380 versions were made. In a little over 500,000 32 caliber versions were made. But when we look at German production with Waffen-Amps, here's markings, the numbers are actually reversed. They did around 54,000 in 380, but over 92,000 in 32 because it fit the German system well. And obviously, earlier guns had high-grade bluing. You had the finger rest magazine, which was an option. But as the war went on, fit and finish went down. This is actually an immediately post-war gun, but it's built with parts. And you'd even find some of these with either a matte blue finish. Some call it phosphate. I'm not sure. I've also seen people sometimes mistake really rushed wartime finish for phosphating. Either way, the finish definitely went to more utilitarian. And they even simplified the floor plates, going to a simple kind of stamped metal versus machined. And they're perfectly good, they're just not as pretty to look at. That's why I have two. I kind of like the rough-hewn look of this one. But I've also never really set about wanting a German marked one. If I get one, that's fine. If I don't, that's fine. I don't really think they add or subtract from the value because of the whole thing. But yet another 7.65, or in some cases 9mm Corto, 9mm Kurz, little handgun that Germany could add to its ranks. And you kind of see here what they're doing. They're piecing together guns from all these nations, either allied or occupied or both, and trying to make it all work. In other words, it must have been a repair and resupply, logistics, not to mention armor training nightmare. Yes, they tried to keep the guns kind of in the regions where they were most applicable, but that has limitations all its own. Oh boy. But with that, let's kind of move away to a couple more interesting guns and stories. I like machine guns. You like machine guns. Submachine guns are just as cool. And this is a semi-automatic pistol built from one. And, well, the Germans did too. Italy's MAB 38 series was very much inspired by the Villa Perosa of World War I and was a further development of the MP18/MAB 18 and the 1830 of the interwar period. Now, the original 38 and 38A were very nicely done submachine guns. Some even consider them the best of the first generation. I've done several videos covering it. But with wartime, like I said, around 40, 41, Italy was ramping up. So in 42, Beretta introduced this model as a much more cost-effective version, and it was also lighter and a little more handy, a little more modern. And while it is known as the MAB 3842, truth is it probably wasn't put into full production until 1943. So not too much earlier than the September armistice. That's not really the right word, but September treaty and all that stuff. And what's interesting is this ended up on both sides. the fascists in the north and the allies in the south. We went to a shorter fluted barrel with just a simple built-in 2-port compensator. This saved weight, saved machining, still screwed into the receiver. But now we went to basically a stamped and rolled steel receiver, replacing the original machined one. We have an exposed magwell, much shorter stock. It would have had, of course, a buttstock. I had a pistol grip on it just because it retained more like a 38A's 2-piece end cap. The rear sight was a simple 2-position instead of a full ramp. And while we still have a sliding dust cover, it's no longer in a groove. It's just all around a simplified gun. Pretty cool. And as neat as a 38A was, this is probably more iconic for World War II. And its magazines were pretty neat themselves. There's a few different sizes. They're double stack, double feed, and they have this spine in the back. And if this resembles an Uzi mag to you, there's a good reason for it. It was kind of the first of this modern style of magazine, and so they were pretty easy to load. They were relatively easy to make, and they were very dependable. They even had little overstop notches built in. Neat little guns. And the Germans called this the MP 738I for Italy. Again, both sides would use these. They were quite well respected. The unique 2-trigger system. This is just a semi-auto, so yeah. But if this rear trigger actually worked, it would be the full auto trigger. I have mixed feelings about having 2 separate triggers. I mean, I definitely get the thing, and it's really cool, iconic, and unique, for sure. And we still have a manual safety here. Now, the only kind of downside to Italy, we had 32 7.65 Browning. We had the new 9mm Corto, and now we have 9x19. Not the old 9x19 Glicenti. This is effectively the same as 9x19 Parabellum. Interestingly, the Italian loading was a steel case, which means if you have one of these, they really do prefer steel case. I have never had great luck with brass, but steel, they run fine. So logistically, and of course the same thing happened with their rifles, but we'll get there in a minute. They cranked out quite a few of these. There was a kind of a sub-variant known as the 3843 that's pretty much identical, except the barrel fluting is gone. And then that would lead to a further simplified version, the 3844. This really simplified the recoil system. The end cap shortened up the bolt. It went to an absolutely just fixed rear sight. It had the smooth barrel. It had a simplified buttstock. Even though Beretta introduced it in 1944, I don't believe it was put into production until 45 because Beretta was really targeting the post-World War market with it. So I don't think the Germans ever had any of those, but please correct me if I'm wrong. I very much could be. I do know that they did not distinguish between the 3842 and the 3843 in their service. But yeah, these were greatly respected by the Italians and Germans. The Romanians ended up with a few as well. It was a really good submachine gun, either the original 38 or the 3842. There was kind of pros and cons to each, but in the end, this was cheaper and lighter and really directly influenced the PM-12 and several other submachine guns to this day. And with that, we come to the end of this section. This is my Carcano 38S Troops Special Short Rifle, and this is the version chambered for 7.9, aka 8mm Mauser. And this is a post-war, as far as I can tell, but there's a lot of mystery about these. But what we do know, as Germany would continue to get pushed back up Italy, going up the boot, as it were, and as the Italians were disarmed because, after 43, they didn't really trust most of the troops. Germany ended up with a ton of Carcanos growing every day. Some were in 6.5 millimeter, some were in 7.3. And some they just simply reissued. But how much ammo did they have? Well, they weren't making 6.5 themselves. What to do with these guns? The logical answer is probably nothing. But 1945, the Volkssturm is a thing. The People's Army, basically, irregulars. And they're trying to figure out what to arm them with. And there were all kinds of crazy notions within Germany. But one that kind of came at least partially from without was to not just reissue Carcanos, which was again done, but to rework them for 8mm Mauser, 8x57. And they would just bore out the barrels, re-rifle them, remark the sights if need be. They added one reinforcing lug right here to the stock. And I've seen some that do have the wood block in fact, years ago when I was very first getting into guns. In fact, it was probably one of the very first Carcanos I ever held. It had a wood block in here. So I wonder. You never know. But that was the idea, and the work was at least spurred on by Krieghoff. Yeah, that Krieghoff, way back from the beginning of Luger infamy, and the Waffen SS, and all that good stuff. The party company. They thought they would rework these and reissue them in 8mm, but because they had no time, they were just going to make them into single-shot 8mm. There were plans to work a magazine into it later, but it never came to fruition. In fact, they were barely able to do any of the Krieghoff conversions. They did about 15,000, maybe a few less than that, in the very early part, really late winter of 1945. By the spring, the whole thing was abandoned. So, yeah, this is not one of those, but it was inspired by them. I would imagine Beretta's response to what was done by the Germans was, I didn't know that'd work. But around 46, trying to generate post-war income, they reworked and built Carcanos, some long rifles. Mostly I've seen carbines, cavalry carbines with the folding bayonet, some like this. Few versions. They kind of finished up. They added this secondary recoil lug in the wrist, and they actually inletted the receiver for easier access. The thing I'm not really sure about is the magazine. A regular Carcano on block Mannlicher style really won't work with 8mm. You can, I think I was able to get 4 in. Maybe you could squeeze 5, certainly not 6. I don't know. I don't know what this was really about. They did sell quite a few. I think Syria got some, but Egypt's the big user, and I think most of the ones we have in America came from Egypt. As far as I know, they just used them as drill rifles, training rifles. In fact, a lot of them had clipped firing pins. It's a thing. But that's why there are a number of truly factory-done 8mm Carcanos that came out of the Beretta factory in the late 40s. Back to Germany, though, that whole notion that seems to have been one of those Nazi party notions. I don't think the army, the Wehrmacht, was all that enthused. Again, this was for the Volkssturm anyway, and yeah, things were the wheels were falling off at this point. But it's worth noting, and it's one of the few kind of Italian things. I don't think a Waffen-Amt was ever even assigned. I think the work was done ad hoc. Some was done in occupied Italy, as it were, and I think some was done either in Austria or southern Germany. You read a few different conflicting accounts, and I think a lot of records were just lost. It was pretty abstract. And I mean, these would have never really had Waffen-Amts, as it were, either, because they were built by the Italians, presumably for the Italians. But yeah, definitely Italian guns, and the original calibers were in widespread use. And they were pretty well liked, at least the submachine guns. Carcanos, look, they're perfectly good guns, but compared to a Mauser 98, who are we kidding? I mean, this is definitely a much more simplistic gun. But I thought ending with Italy was appropriate for this foreign section. And there's much more I could add, and there's several guns I haven't mentioned, and even several nations. For example, I had a Kongsberg Colt I sold late last year, We could talk about Norway. We could talk about Swedish guns that came in. We could talk about Finland's and participation. But let's not. Let's roll back around to Germany proper. In the last couple of years of the war, what happened there, and then we will conclude this mini-series. I hope you're enjoying this kind of look at German guns and that little detour to the, we'll call them subcontractors. Some I simply just don't have, so I couldn't show you. Others I simply forgot, I'm sure. And some I probably don't even know existed. So feel free to comment below and let me know what's your favorite. And if you could support the channel in any way, that would be great, because while I'm doing this for Patreon specifically, in general, I'm just doing it because of love of history, mechanics, and firearms. And with that, for our final section, we're going to cycle back around to Germany proper, and of course, back to the K98 Kurs. So here's our standard wartime model, Russian capture and all. Here's an interesting one that is actually French post-war, one of the ones done. It's kind of interesting because it's a transitional model, and here is a true late model in bring back condition, except the guy who brought it back did somewhat slick up the stock because these were just unfinished wood. But, you know, hey ho. So this was kind of the pinnacle. You had the front side hood, you had the cupped butt plate, cleaning rod, bayonet lug, machined barrel bands, machined floor plate, trigger guard, capture screws, large metal takedown, laminate wood. Around 1943, one of the first economies appears at some factories. Now let's keep in mind, these were produced at dozens of factories and parts by even more subcontractors. And while the majority were in Germany, quite a large number were produced outside. Of course, Austria, Czechoslovakia made quite a few, so on and so forth. So you'll see lots of variations. But in 43, some manufacturers make hardwood stocks, be it walnut, oak, because they couldn't always get the materials for lamination. And this is really kind of on and off, hit or miss. Now this gun here, we'll just, call it a transitional, because in 1944 you start to see the semi-Kriegsmodell. Now this is a full Kriegsmodell, meaning war model, essentially wartime expediency. Everyone did that. When war was going well, the Japanese and the Germans did high-end guns. As the war turned against them at the end, they made simplifications. Although it is kind of interesting to see what the Japanese and Germans did sacrifice and did not. On the other hand, the British and even the Americans, their wartime models were primarily in 1941, 42, into 43. By 44, 45, their guns start to get a little nicer fit and finish as the tide has turned. Anyway, this one, despite the added sling attachment, is a good example. It has the cupped butt plate, the standard lug here, and the underside is where we see one of the first economies. I'm just going to scoot this up here. We still have a removable floor plate, but now it's stamped, and we have a stamped trigger guard with no capture screws. Beyond that, we have a stamped and welded barrel band, front and rear. There's actually a transitional machined barrel band. I don't think I have one on a gun to show you, where they just kind of quit cutting this out, and so it's kind of a straight look. But then we look at the full version here on these barrel bands, and they might at first look the same. The floor plate certainly does, but there's actually an important difference. Notice with the machine when we have the same main spring here, retaining front and rear, and with this transitional, we have it too. But with the true Kriegs model, now we have just a couple of small wood screws. Now there's actually a hole here where this pin would have originally gone through, but notice there's no hole here. Just goes to show you originally they retained this with the same spring clip, but then to save time cutting out the stock and also that spring, it was cheaper just to have two tiny little screws. So that is exactly what they did. And these are rough welded on the bottom and side respectively. And then we can look at the bolts, nicely machined here, still quite nicely machined here, and pretty coarse machined on this one. This is a very light one. The safety is also very blocky, even compared to this one. And the holes in the bolt itself are just simple drilled round holes here, whereas they're much nicer on these. And then of course moving to the back, another noteworthy difference. That's there. That's gone here. Instead we have a simple hole drilled through the butt plate for taking the bolt apart. The rear sight is pretty much the same, although the markings were simplified. Like the underside here has a lightning cut. Even by this one it doesn't, and by this one definitely doesn't. And of course the front end holds two more things. These are the same. This one I'm not sure if it did or never had a hood, but it's cut for it. This one has the cut on the sight base, but I'm quite sure it never had one. And notice the bayonet lug is gone, and the cleaning rod. Where the rod would go, there's a simple stamped end cap with another small wood screw in it. And finally, in addition to just rougher machining, you would go from high polished blue to kind of a military, almost dusky blue it's sometimes called, to seeing more and more phosphated parts. It's kind of a hastily applied grayish phosphate, and it's really that kind of grayish, sometimes a greenish grayish color because of the type of metal used. I think again it's mostly a zinc, and this was faster to do, but it was also probably protecting the metal better than the bluing. It just wasn't as attractive. What I find interesting, this late war version is still very functional. It's not like a Japanese last ditch. And what's funny is the Germans dropped the bayonet lug quite early on. The Japanese never ever did. The Japanese shortened and simplified the wood. The Germans never did, except for the takedown hole. Both of them dropped the underbarrel steel cleaning rod. That's because by this point in the war they were using a pull-through, either a chain or even a rope on their belts. And of course the Japanese simplified their sights, and for the most part the Germans did not, although there was an exception. While it seems like the manufacturers within Germany were reluctant to make too many changes, again, Germans, those in Czechoslovakia implemented the most radical changes. And one was a fixed notch rear sight. It was very square. I owned a Russian capture that featured one years ago, but I sold it. It was cool to study, but you know how it goes. It was a Russian capture, but that's because they were made in Czechoslovakia very late in the war, and therefore most of them ended up in Russia. It's just how it goes. Very, very, very few made it directly to the west without going through the east first. But this here, which is my Israeli K98, one of my favorite guns just because it has such an interesting history. These are actually pretty famous for being Kriegsmodels, at least originally. This one, of course, has Israeli replacement stock, but it had the barrel bands. Kind of interesting how they did them here. And the fact that they used the rear hull for the screw instead of the front and the spring. Anyway, you know, the welded things. But I brought this out to show you the trigger guard. This is something also unique to Czechoslovakia and done very late in the war, so much so that I don't know that any actually got out in the field. This is the so-called winter trigger guard, obviously larger. This is also a type of sheet steel or stamped steel, but it's more of a sheet steel. And it's a single piece trigger guard where this is not a removable part. It's all a piece. And in fact, whereas this one has an inner and an outer stamped half, this one too, this one is just one stamped steel thick. So yeah, the biggest savers were over there. And again, we're not really here for post-war guns, but I wanted to show you this trigger guard because it was one of the last simplifications made, and pretty unique if you see them. Usually you see them on the Israelis, but I've seen some post-war Czech assembled Mausers using wartime parts that have this trigger guard too, and sometimes that's a way to get into a German style K98 for far less than what wartime would go for. These French guns were once that way too, although I think these days they're starting to get more of a name for themselves. But yeah, wanted to point that out. Between 1933, when the standard model began at Mauser, the banner Mausers, and 1945, April and May, when the various factories were occupied or surrendered or otherwise went offline, over 14.5 million Mauser types were made. Most all in the K98K are extremely similar pattern, most all in 8mm. And the vast majority went to Nazi Germany, with smaller numbers going to friendly allies, especially pre-war and very early war, including some Smallarms sent to Finland, which is kind of a fun thing. Even though there were a couple of very good potential replacements for this, the Kar-98 Kurs remained the backbone of the Wehrmacht through the end of the war. And it was pretty much this one version. Like I said, 23.6-inch barrel, overall length just under 44 inches, a 8mm 5-shot, pretty standard. There were around 130,000 snipers too. Most came with a 4-power Zeiss type scope, although there was a 1.5 power mounted further forward version as well. Those are about the only variations. There was never a shorter version, and after the K98B, a longer version. This was the standard. They kind of had it nailed. I mean, after all, the large ring design dated back to 1898. So, yeah, by 1938, yeah, they got it down after 40 years. And it's a tribute to even the late war guns that many served for decades in other militaries, or even in East and West German militaries and police forces. And there are even some even more late war versions, like the Volks Carabiner 98s, the VK 98s, but that's kind of a story for another day. I've even seen one that had a detachable Gewehr 43 mag put in. Yeah, late war can be quite colorful. But I'm going to be honest, not as colorful as Japanese Arasakas, which is something I particularly love, and last year did a pretty big video on them, so check it out if you haven't already. with that, what else was going on in 1944, 1945? The P-38, of course, changed during the war. Some of the earliest changes were actually to the very beginning, 1941-42. They would stop serializing the grips quite early on, and then the magazines. And there would be a few product improvements. Nothing major, but, for example, this small hump over or under the trigger pin would be added just so the frame's a little bit thicker. Here the head kind of hangs down. This doesn't. They also changed the extractor cut. This was definitely simpler, a little bit more of a gap there. I have to imagine this kept crud from getting in. Maybe it was a little stronger. And they improved the magazine. You can tell an improved P-38 mag because it'll have a little V. These appeared relatively early in 1943, and they just ever so slightly lengthened them a little bit better. Not enough that they're not interchangeable, but yeah. So those were the product improvements. Up till 43, the machining's still nice, the bluing is still quite good, but that year, right as Mauser and Spreewerk come fully online, things start to change. The dusky blue appears, and then by 44, which was kind of peak production, we start to see expediencies. This stamped mag, well, let's just say bolt release here, that was actually designed by Mauser. He was pretty good with stampings. They also introduced the phosphating of small parts. Machined one, and their size would change a little bit. But then you have this so-called cog hammer, and that was made by a subcontractor. We don't know who it was now. They first appeared on Spreewerk guns, but then they appear on some late Walther guns too. And it's, a little bit simpler. Magazines were simplified. In fact, sometimes the heat treat was skipped altogether. The machining, there's more lathe marks on the barrel, front of the grip, normal stuff you'd expect. But again, not as much as you saw in Japan. Then again, Japan fought on for months longer. The grips on Mausers and Walthers went from the bakelite, no matter what the color, to this kind of shiny plastic. It's kind of soft, shiny. I never have seen a Spreewerk with these kind of black, shiny grips, but that's not to say none of them ever had it. But to be fair, Mauser and Walther used the same subcontractor for their grips, and Spreewerk, for the most part, except early on, they had their own. So I'll flip it over. But even at the end, the P-38 still stayed high quality. I would say Spreewerks have the roughest machining, but they kind of always did. And by the war's end, they had built roughly 1,200,000. Walther would build the majority, a little under 600,000. Mauser would build a little over 300,000, and Spreewerk would build a little under 300,000. I'm rounding, but it gives you the idea. And I should mention, we looked at the HP early on. Walther continued selling commercially this gun under the HP label well into the war. Austria, for example, was a large customer, and they would continue issuing their P-38/HPs for decades more. Of course, these are steel-framed guns. The only thing I might say late in the war that would be questionable were the very late war mags marked with a U or even a double U. Because of the heat treat, they're easily spotted because they're kind of in the white or with a kind of bronzy gold color versus full blue or phosphate. But they still retained the loaded chamber indicator back here. This is a very late, possibly even finally assembled at the end of the, when war was over and the factory was captured. And it still looks quite nice. I mean, definitely not as high quality as this one, but, hey. And keeping on with the Walther theme, I said earlier that the dural framed PPKs were the last one of those, 43 or 44. That's true, but they kept on producing PPs through 1945. And here's one. The bluing is much coarser. The machining is simplified. They quit machining the frame in this area. They also simplified the machining up here. They omitted the loaded chamber indicator and pin. That actually saved quite a bit of machining. All in all, it just has a blockier, bulkier feel. And in 1944, they introduced these pretty cool slab-side wood grips. They still have a little banner on them. They're not, real slab-side. I think it's interesting they didn't go to wood grips on the P38, but they did on this. They also phosphated some parts, including the magazine. This has a late war phosphated mag. And interestingly, these are not marked with an AC in the year like 44 or 45. They just have the code AC. By this point, the Walther banner is long gone, even on the PP series. Just a lot of little simplifications. I really like this gun. It's just very wartime. And it's just a clunkier gun. It's not rubbish, but you can tell it just wasn't assembled with the care and fit and finish of the others. And that would be extended on to the other 32 calibers that still managed to stay in production by 1945. As we talk about late war 32s, here's that Dural PPK again. And here are the Sauer and the Mauser HSC again. Obviously, I don't have any other examples. Frankly, I'm just thrilled to have these. Now, this is a pretty early variation. It has the lanyard. It has the high polished blued finish. And it has the, honestly, safety where when you have it open and let it go, it will decock the hammer. This actually had to be changed because Walther sued them. So after the summer of 43, yeah, if you have the hammer, if you have the slide back and the safety on, it will not drop it. And of course, things would change. The lanyard attachment would be deleted pretty early on. The kind of more matte texture would just appeared up here. Earlier ones, even than this, had even more checkering up here. This is kind of a transitional where it is more of a matte up here, but not fully checkered. The bluing would simply get rougher. And by 44, they started using black plastic grips. I would have to imagine very similar to the kind of that style, instead of the walnut. And some stamped parts started appearing, like the mag catch and some internal bits and bobs. And because we're Mauser, very late production guns had phosphate finish. And these would be made right up to the end. They would send quite large numbers to the Kriegsmarine, and around 30,000. And the Wehrmacht would get over 135,000. They would make over 250,000. The balance would either go to the police or quote-unquote commercial export sales. It was quite a popular gun. As for the Sauer, by 1941, pretty much all that they could produce were going to the government to fulfill their contracts. And they too would see throughout the war the quality kind of go down. The slide markings would be simplified. The bluing would go more and more matte. A lot of machining steps would be skipped. And then we'll see this really fancy cocker decocker get deleted. Some guns would still retain this safety, but some would actually lose both levers. It seems kind of hit or miss as to when and where. And these would be really popular with the Luftwaffe, like I said, police, but actually quite a significant fraction would still go to export sales, even if it was through the government. And since the region J.P. Sauer was in would end up in Soviet hands, production would end with the war. Although the J.P. Sauer name would continue on in both West and East Germany. It's a whole story we talked about in a whole different video. Again, wish I had late war examples to show you of these, but frankly, I'm just happy to have examples at all. It's not that easy to find a great HSC, and actually finding a fully functional 38H is a lot harder than you'd think. We've already looked at this Mauser, the SVWMB, which was post-war French either reissue or assembly. And it goes to show you how France kind of used the occupied open-door factory as part of their war reparations. They would also keep on making the HSC, usually with a phosphate finish, although for police contracts they would go to kind of a dark blue. And they would make another 20,000 or so between May of 45 and early summer of 46. Kind of neat. But of course, the most famous one from that era is the so-called Gray Ghost. Sorry, where did I set that jobber? Yeah, being blind, guys. There it is. And I'm mentioning it in this video because these were usually assembled from remaining World War II parts, although they would have the workers there make some parts as needed. And it has an all-phosphate finish, which is actually something Mauser was working on at the end of the war. And these metal grips, which is another economy Mauser was working on at the end of the war, so they wouldn't have to use plastic or Bakelite Durafol for the grips. But I don't believe they ever produced any outside of experimentation. And they are different. But those are actually quite important. For a time, this was the best service sidearm France had, and they made about 55,000. And used them for the Foreign Legion. They would go over to French Indochina. They would fight in Vietnam. A lot of history there. And I'm happy they're finally getting some recognition, because for a long time, these were really looked down on. They weren't a World War II gun and all that stuff. And they have their own history, kind of like the Russian captures. The whole found in a sub-pin thing that Interarms did to try to market these wasn't exactly great, though, I'll admit. So you have some kind of late war finishing on the barrel and lathe marks, but they're 100% serviceable guns. And actually, because of the metal grips, they're quite a bit heavier. They feel very substantial. It actually gives it a much thicker grip, too. But it shows you the late phosphate. Here's the late style stamped. By the way, early production, instead of the G block, maybe the H, would still have these black plastic grips. So they would make K98s, they would make HSCs, they would make P38s. They would also even assemble a few Lugers post-war. That's for the French. And the Americans that, we'll say, liberated the Walther factory in Zella-Mellis often asked the workers there to make them guns, assemble them from parts, paying them with food or cigarettes, whatever. This could be one. This is either a very late one or one put together right at liberation. The only reason I think it might be a very late production, although never delivered to the Wehrmacht, would be it is serial matching, and typically these late war put-togethers aren't. But who knows? I just find late war guns quite fascinating, which probably explains why this next one is one of my favorites. And this can let us talk about some of the changes made to. When we left the G43, it was transitioning to the K43, 1944, and being supplied in at least some real numbers. It was also in production at Walther, of course. BLM had just switched over, and a new factory, Gustav work. I mean, it wasn't new, but, new to this product, was online. Gustav would not last long. In August of 1944, an Allied bombing raid would all but obliterate the production line. Keep in mind they were using slave labor. So this left BLM and Walther. Throughout the year, we'll see some changes, similar to the gas system. The barrel, the threading would go away. The kind of very nice step down would disappear. Side head would stay there. The gas system would change actually more than a few times. Most would have a laminated beechwood stock, but by 1945, some walnut hardwoods were being used when the beechwood couldn't be got. The magazines actually were changed a bit. They got a reinforcing rib. The original machine top cover with automatic dust cover up here would for the most part be replaced by a stamped cover with a manual dust cover. But sometimes when the stamping wasn't available, you'll see the machined one come back and forth. Heck, you even see that with the K43 marking. In fact, 1945, you'll see some G43 marks or some dual marked K43, G43 guns. And moving back here, the ribbing on the butt plate is eliminated. That's an easy one just to kind of get rid of. But probably more importantly is the bolt handle. First off, it went from being kind of solid to a hollowed out style, but more importantly, the hold open latch, which was actually quite instrumental for disassembly, was removed. And this actually required changing up the bolt a bit, and it's still pretty fiddly to take apart. Don't believe me? Try it out and see what you think. And more phosphated parts appear. And a lot of these changes would start at Walther, and not all would be carried over to BLM, just some. In fact, BLM guns are considered the highest quality, with Gustloff being the lowest, slave labor again, and Walther being kind of in the middle, as they kept tinkering with the design. And remember, much earlier, I said that they weren't known for the best accuracy. Not horrid, but not the best. Walther did make a change, trying to help that out. Here's the original, and here's the light war, and this is the so-called dual lug receiver, one on each side, and that guides the bolt. The round bolt goes through there, and the idea was it would further stabilize the bolt on its travel, maybe improving stability and thus accuracy a bit. I don't really know if it did or not. Certainly the not quite as overgassed gas system was nice, though. Here's that automatic dust cover. It's just a little piece of stamping inside there that moves with the bolt. It's got a little tail. And actually this external piece originally did have a little tail that hooked behind the carrier, but they soon deleted it. Oops, sorry, I'm rotating around my mag. Anyway, they added this little hook in the back. So you can move it. Problem with this is it could easily bind up if not properly fitted, especially if it got dented. Good idea though, but yeah, execution. They also moved the recoil lug in the stock a bit to try to, I guess, improve things, It just goes to show there were changes. Oh, and interestingly, the trigger guard screws are actually held in with little spring pins as opposed to capture screws. The K98 was actually as expensive, or perhaps even more expensive to build than the, streamlined K43. Kind of might seem counterintuitive, but it's how it was happening because of the newer construction. Now, I mentioned Walther used rough-forged panel receivers. BLM used rough-forged receivers, but Walther did build some with traditional machined milled receivers that were subcontracted out to Saint Etienne MAS in France. And as best I can remember, Gustloff work also used some of those. Just thought I'd mention that. Overall, the late production K43 was probably better, with the exception of not having the bolt hold open latch, just because of how much that complicated things. But it had a reinforced carrier, it had extra rib on the magazine for strength, it had the improved gas system. Yeah. And the things they removed, like the threaded barrel, the ribbing on the butt plate, while they're cool, don't really matter. By the way, this one is a bring back because it is duffel cut. Yeah. And it's a very late Walther. So even though these were not put into production until not too much before D-Day, they were able to turn out over 400,000. In fact, it was just shy of 403,000. And not an insignificant number, but compared to the, like I said, over 14 million K98s. And of course, this was just a self-loading rifle, 10 shots, 8mm. They did produce around 53,000 with the scope, as I think I already mentioned. But they weren't the best, they weren't the worst, they were okay. But most still prefer the K98 sniper. It was a thing, but it was kind of a dead end. But it was backed by Hitler and many of the old guard in the Nazi party, kind of the traditional Prussian class. And it's often overlooked. These were used post-war by Czechoslovakia for a time, and even France, and they were used in East Germany by the police, and they were used a little bit in West Germany right after the war. And again, a very unique design for what it is. And you know how I mentioned earlier we had that comic book manual in here? Probably a good thing we did, because while German soldiers were very well trained in the first part of the war, by 1944-45, they were getting the very basics, and they were getting younger and younger, and at the same time older and older. And sometimes when they were handed a K43, they got very little to no first-hand instruction from another human being, and often had to rely on these manuals, at least as a refresher. So as the Red Army became more experienced and professional, and as the Americans gained experience, the Germans were chewing through their veterans and falling back on fresh conscripts. So we're really seeing the tables turn. So even if they had good guns, you gotta have someone to fire them. And again, small arms aren't gonna win a war, not when there are bombers in the air, submarines in the ocean, and you're a small nation who is really, really running out of resources. So, we have one final group to talk about. As we round this out, I hope the Patreons enjoyed it and hope it was worth the wait. And for everyone else, if you could help support, really, because this was a multi-day effort with a lot of energy expended, but I'm happy to do it. So as we round out the war, what about the MP40? Well, Irma and the others were already turning these out, and they really didn't change much. You'll see some simplifications and maybe different finishes, but frankly, it's already made from synthetic materials. It's already made with stampings. It was already cheap enough. Of course, it would go on to influence other submachine guns, and at the very end of the war, Germany would even try their hand at making a variant of the Sten, kind of coming full circle, the MP 3008. Very interesting. And the underfolding stock would really show them that, hey, submachine guns need to be compact. Of course, the Russians had the PPS 42, PPS 43, so on and so forth. And this stock would be, if not exactly copied, it would very much inspire that used in the Kalashnikov. And there you have it. But really, this was the biggest legacy of the war, not the K43. And as venerable as the old Mauser was, World War II would be the end of a bolt action as really a viable thing outside of like sniper weapons and the like. Much like with the MP40. The MP44 really was suited for mass production. Stampings, forgings, even castings. Of course, the finish would go from blued to phosphate and a mix thereof. Grips could be wood or bakelite, as already mentioned. But all in all, it did not change much after its development. Of course, the name would change after Hitler was finally on board. It's famously known that he redesignated as STG Sturmgewehr, although a lot of evidence seems to suggest that actually it was Goebbels that originally came up with the name. I will say, though, even though it was a political move, a propaganda move, and it was even touted as the kind of wonder weapon that would save the Reich, again, by late 44, losing touch with reality very rapidly. A meth addiction will do that to you, not to mention the cocaine and everything else. What was I saying? These were built at Haenel, who would produce the majority, nearly 200,000. But they were also produced at Erfurt and Steyr. And the smallest number was still 55,000 at J.P. Sauerensson. In total, they did manage to turn out more of these than the K43. It's just under 426,000. Not bad. Not really. And the STG-44 name and MP44 name would be used interchangeably. Heck, even MP43 would still appear a time here and there. And they would make these up to the end of the war. Where they really ran into trouble were spare mags and ammo, because this took its own ammo. And that was one of the things Hitler was rightly concerned about, was introducing a new cartridge into the supply chain. Now, it turned out to be worth it, because this turned one or two men into the equivalent of a whole squad when it came to firepower. But he was also, at least it's said, and, you know, I hate to be an apologist, but, you know, I'll throw it out there, that he wasn't against the gun itself. He was against trickling them into the field. Remember, way back at the beginning, I mentioned that they just had a handful of MP-18s in World War I. He was in World War I. I wonder if he was just not wanting to repeat that. His idea was we needed to hit them fast and hard with thousands, tens of thousands of these at once. So if we can only make a few thousand, it's not going to be worth it. We need to have tens of thousands with ammo, mags, and training in order to make it worthwhile. That's at least if we're being generous. If we're not, we could just say that he was crazy, a racist, and worst of all, a Nazi boomer. Either way, probably the truth is somewhere in the middle, but he was eventually on board. Could this have been put into full production earlier if he'd been fully supporting it? Maybe. But then again, it had, you know, nothing to go by. They didn't know what they were really working towards. So it started off as an automatic carbine, and then they thought, well, maybe it's a submachine gun, and then they figured out it's neither in both at the same time. And of course, not only did the configuration, this is a 16.5-inch barrel, 30-round magazine, this would be the standard. I mean, the pistol grip, the layout, but just the whole notion of cheap, stamped, disposable. I mean, if a trillion wears out on this, you just chunk it. This isn't meant for fine refinement. And of course, it would directly be challenged by the STG-45M, which was an even simpler version without the gas piston system, which would directly lead, thanks to Vor Gremler, to the Setmi series in Spain, which in turn would turn into the HK-G3, which in turn would become the HK-MP5, and everything and so on. So, yeah. Of course, this would also influence the Kalashnikov and the AR-10 and the FAL and everything else. It really was the first. That's why you see it in a lot of videos, but you don't really see it being fired much. I didn't really pick this up as a shooter. It's not really why it's here. It's here because it's historically important. Also because I got a really good deal. But it is definitely the most lasting legacy, even though far fewer than 500,000 were built, far fewer than the K98 or the MP40 or even the P38, although still more than the G/K43. So, there is that. What do you think, though? Is it overrated, its place in history? It certainly gave the Russians pause, and definitely inspired them, I'll give credit. But it was only delaying the inevitable. But at least unlike the G43, this was the path forward. But too little too late, and frankly, we should all be thankful for that, because no one should want Nazi Germany to have won the war. Right? And there we have it. Finally. So appreciate the Patreons voting on this. I will do the other nations as time allows. It's a little ironic that I started doing these World War II retrospectives because there weren't many new guns coming in, and then all of a sudden a bunch of new guns came in. So I haven't done the one in a few months. But since I didn't go to the range today for various reasons, someone got sick, it was super hot, why not do it later? I thought, this has been in the back of my mind, plaguing me that I need to do it. I knew it would be an undertaking. So far it's taking 3 days. So that's even before editing and putting it up. But I will put up a full, more or less uncut version on Patreon. And then I'll trim it down a bit and put it on YouTube later down the road. But Patreons will get to see it first for a couple of weeks. But yeah, German World War II guns. Very iconic. Sometimes overrated, sometimes not. Some of them stayed in service for decades more. Some of them pretty much didn't go anywhere. And some, they're just a classic, a legendary thing. And as always, if you could, please do like, share, and subscribe. And if you'd like to support the channel, please check out the link to Patreon for the next poll. This is Misha. I need a nap.